All right, we're back. We had a moment there, but with a microphone being weird. But it sounds like we can hear everybody now. Thanks, Lunatic, for the boon. Let's go ahead and get that added to
Hell yeah.
Ryder over here.
Thank you, Lunatic.
We'll use that to buy a really good pilot. You can use that to pick out like the best of the best.
Let's see. There it is on this one. We'll switch over to the map screen for a moment. Everybody knows the little map they're on. Let's go ahead and add it over there as well. Hey, there you go. We'll go back to the other screen. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into a little bit of recap action so we can talk about what's happened so far, and if you guys want to add stuff that happened in the interim, you know, like any little details about your character or anything that I'm glossing over, feel free to add it. I'm not going all the way back to season 1. I mean, we could do that at some point, but I don't feel like we really need to pull a full supernatural and try and give the whole show in one cut or whatever.
Did you change the source of the image of our ship?
No.
My
Oh yeah.
favorite thing.
I just have a new image and a white screen.
Yeah, that's what mine says too. Oh,
Shared it.
Oh wait, no, it's loading.
Or pushed it to you, rather. You're not on there
Yeah,
anyway.
black
That's probably why you
screen.
didn't see it, is because you're not on it.
No, it like flipped. The page I had open was a white screen, it said new image, and then when you pushed it, it turned black and said Vagabond full.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Still
why.
just a black screen though.
It's still just black, yeah.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
it's black because we're not on there yet.
You're not on it, so you can't see anything in it.
I
Okay.
Because
see.
that's how
Alright, cool.
vision works. Okay.
Dynamic lighting and all that is
Yeah.
enabled.
Line of sight, yeah.
Whatever
Carry my
it's
way
called.
side. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Lunatic. You know what I mean. So I don't think that we'll go and do a full supernatural, because I don't think we need to. So we'll just take it back at least to the previous episode and what's happened so far. And if you guys want to fill in any blanks in there, just let me know. But after a significant misjump, perhaps due to sabotage, and a number of interesting interactions with alien species, which we'll just leave it at that to wrap up everything that happened in those events, failing to refuel their ship and suffering damage during the attempt, our travelers prepared for the arduous task of limping their way to the downport in the local system, attempting to conserve fuel the whole way, partially due to the leak that had developed in their fuel tank as part of the damage done during the refueling attempt. Several repair attempts had to be made, including a somewhat dangerous EVA to repair the leak in the port fuel tank. It was the port fuel tank, yeah. In the midst of trying, in the midst of what we'll call a trying time for the ship's engineer. There was a little bit of drama that played out and unfolded due to the circumstances of all that, but for the most part, that really worked out pretty easily for the people involved. Luckily, at the very least. Roman managed to contact, in the midst of all this, the Taurus Rex, a Kakri ship run by Saurians, and an Aslan on its way to the Hyrate for some mysterious purpose, whom you had previously kind of loosely befriended over comms. An arrangement was agreed upon where the J-drive of their ship would be worked on by your engineer, and they would provide parts for basic repairs needed for your own. And they'd also, it wasn't part of the deal necessarily, but they did it anyway. The mechanic that you worked with there helped you repair your ship. But we'll get to that. After landing within the massive ship and touring it a bit, as well as effecting repairs on their J drive, work began in earnest on repairing your damaged vessel. However, not before a visit from the Aslan captain, Aes, and a local guest, we'll call them, Tyrius Tisane, uncovering a bit of the past of the ship, including a potential tie-in to an ancient artifact, and witnessing the suspicions and demeanor of those around you, you agreed to stay aboard during their next jump, which would cover 6 parsecs in the impressive vessel. One that would bring you all the way to Torrance by the end of the week's time. And that is where Season 3 will begin. Anything that anybody else would like to add to that?
Your
thanks for being here,
descriptions of things are a little underwhelming. Our missed jump was 25 parsecs
That's right.
away. That's pretty huge. And
Yeah,
our
so
leak
substantial.
was 4 tons of fuel an hour.
That's right.
That's like a hole punched in the ship.
Yep.
Oh man, it would have blown y'all off the hull. Like if you had touched the fuel that was coming out of it, it would have blown you right off.
They pumped
And
it
we
all.
would've
They pumped
lost
all the
you.
fuel they had into the other tank, right? So they stopped losing it, but they couldn't hold it in that tank, and then
Yeah.
they went out and repaired it. But yeah, that was. It took hours to do it all, and in the midst of all that, Sterulia was going through some shit. So
Yeah, that's true.
while in an EVA, tethered to the side of the ship as it's ballistic flying through space, it was a fun time. Nobody died though. Lunatic was here for that too, I think, right? Nobody even died during that.
Yeah.
Out of spite.
Almost killed the doctor.
It's true. It's
Uh,
true. That's definitely true. Well, let's go ahead then and get into the beginning of Season 3. We'll have a little scene to play out before we get into the actual meat. First thing we'll see after our intro into Season 3. Camera fades through the fog, and we see a city of stone and mortar. Carts and wagons drawn by beasts of burden and led by humans. Citizens coming and going, a cobblestone street immaculately maintained beneath their foot and hoof. We see a wide steam engine pull into the station, light puffs of steam billowing out from 3 exhaust structures on either side of the engine, pulling a large train behind it. It moves and lurches slowly and screeching into station here. We see all around this beautiful stonework, the cobblestone streets, the light trickle of water as it flows through the cracks of this well-maintained and, to some degree, beautiful but primitive city. From the train, after eventually stopping, we see a number of well-dressed humans exiting and entering, some carrying luggage of one form or another. stepping out onto the platform into the large crowd gathered here along the side of this beautiful steam-driven engine, this wide structure. Not too dissimilar from what you might expect on Earth, but a bit wider, not quite as long, and the exhaust in the wrong location. We see a small family disembark from the train. Our camera follows them. We begin to traverse a path through this gathered crowd along the train here, coming to a small bakery. The adults of the family beginning to negotiate with the shopkeep there for a few delectable baked goods. Some kind of swirled-looking breads topped with creams and fruit. Their small child, a boy of maybe 10 years, stares upward. Strange look in his eyes. A curiosity. This goes on for several minutes as the adults negotiate. And then eventually, he points up towards the heavens and tugs the waistcoat of one of his parents. Our gaze follows the thin plume of smoke from the oven fires, spinning slowly towards the direction indicated by the boy. We see a beautiful cerulean blue sky striped with fluffy bands of high-altitude clouds with a gradient of purples and oranges cascading down them as the clear white light from the local star begins to shift oddly into a more reddish spectrum, growing dimmer as it does. There are a few shocked gasps and even a scream. The cerulean blue sky transposes, first to violet, and then eventually to a rusty red as the star grows dimmer and dimmer, fading slowly from view as the ground beneath is plunged into utter darkness, not even the light of a moon. The only thing on the ground now visible, the slight illumination of a few cooking fires. We begin to hear the sounds of utter panic in the darkness. And we fade away. Now, picking up back aboard the Taurus Rex, you have entered jump space. That's the last thing we did. The ship left for jump. And you guys were deciding exactly what you wanted to do. You have effected repairs on your ship and are now doing basic maintenance. So let's go ahead and pick up with you in person as you've all gathered here, now back in your hangar after maintenance has been, or not maintenance, but repairs have been effected. Some of the Saurians standing off on the side towards the elevators, keeping their distance, but not, keeping an eye on you, just kind of standing there. What do you do? Now standing here in this hangar of steel and flashing lights, strange kind of alien shape to it, the interior of which managing to comfortably fit your rather large vessel, knowing now that beyond the doors that lie about 90 meters, a little bit more than that, above your head, lies an inflated bubble of liquid hydrogen. Beyond that, nothing as you've created your own little pocket dimension to pierce into jump space. Sit here kind of in this space, looking around, taking in the decisions you have made. What would you like to do? The day is yours. And I suppose on that note, I should go ahead and push us forward.
They're still working on the ship?
No, they finished working on it now.
Yeah, we completed the repairs.
We were about to leave, essentially.
Well, that's
Yeah,
right.
you were about
that's
to
right.
leave and then you decided to stay.
So we're still on board our vessel.
You hadn't yet boarded the ship yet. You were in that hangar. But you can go back onto your ship if you'd like.
Dixon was on the ship.
Dixon was on the ship. So we're going to pick up...
Security.
So we were doing... It was at... All that kind of wrapped up around 11 p.m. So let's go ahead and push us forward to 2 a.m. So it is 6th day, 11:05:098 at 2 a.m. Where would you like to be if you're not in the hangar?
Yeah, I guess we're just sleeping on our ship, right? Like, I guess I'll just sleep on the ship.
It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because like, there's a lot of space here, but probably not like rooms, beds maybe. Probably not like a hotel business running. This like free tourist Rex. So I'll just be back on the ship, I guess. Kind of want to talk to Dixon.
You see
What about
Dixon
everybody
in the-
else? Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Right,
If you
just
come
gonna
into
be
the ship, you
asleep.
see Dixon cleaning his laser carbine on the table in the break room.
Okay, let's push you over there. So, who wants to be on the ship?
Ryder.
Sit you over there then. Alright, what about Staroya? Where are you at?
I was trying to look through my notes, see where exactly I was, but
You guys were all helping with repairs, essentially.
You were. This is basically 2 hours later.
2 hours later. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, she'd cleaned up her tools and put everything away where they belong.
Okay.
So she's probably somewhere in engineering.
On your ship.
On my ship.
Okay.
Probably double checking that guy's work, but mainly to learn.
Does everybody see themselves and everything? Just making sure.
Yeah.
Alright. Map up. There we go. So you step into the crew commons Roman. Looks like Ryder is in his stateroom currently. But you step into the crew commons here, Roman. I guess you would be on this side. From the main airlock of the ship to see Dixon sitting there at the table cleaning his rifle. I believe it was. That's not a euphemism.
Oh, I didn't expect you guys back.
Hey,
Let me get my pants.
Dixon. Expecting some company?
How'd it go out there? What's the latest?
Well, good news. They've agreed to take us to the next stop here, so we're just going to ride out this jump space with them. And,
Good,
I
good.
don't know
That'll give us time to go see what this TARDIS is up to.
that's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I came to talk to you about. I was wondering, what do you think? You've had time to think about him, I guess. You think he's on the up and up?
Not at all. Not at all. It seems he was looking for something, and he was looking on our ship. Other than that, I just don't know.
How do you expect to get more information about him?
I think we're gonna go over and knock on his door.
Just want to talk to him. All right.
If you're game, I think I think if you want to chat him up about artifacts and ancient cultures, that could be a good little cover story. And maybe not even a cover. I mean, if we can't find some way to do business, then by all means we can explore that too.
I mean, maybe we're like looking too much into it, actually. Like, maybe he's not really looking for an artifact. Did he like specifically say that's what he was looking for, or we just think he's looking for something?
He didn't say anything at all. Which is why it's worse. But he was physically looking and everywhere.
That's right. So
like all right. And it's just plain as day.
What
right
else
in my
could he
face.
be trying to look for exactly?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't ask for the bathroom. He was just looking. It's weirded me out.
Maybe he liked our design of our ship. I don't know.
It wasn't that kind of look. He was like,
I definitely agree with you.
For his wallet. And he just left it here, and that's what. I don't know, but I feel like I just don't feel safe being on the ship with them.
I don't feel safe leaving this ship alone, like with him around, Like, I feel like we need to have someone on board to watch at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to lock the ship up. The AS didn't think too much of him either, so if he was caught breaking in, it wouldn't be good for him. I'm sure that, even if we don't get to him first. But I'm keeping an open mind, I guess, but I think we should talk to him.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should definitely at least have conversation.
My hunch, my gut says it's something to do with that damn orb.
Your gut has not led us astray so far, so I tend to be on your side about that.
But let's check with Steruria. Maybe we take one of these old shells over. Offer to make a deal. Is that worth the risk?
He said he was a trader, right?
Yeah, he's a Florian League. I guess that's what they're all about. But he would not go into any sort of specifics about what exactly he was into. Just kind of ancient.
Maybe we'll just talk about it. I'll show him picture if anything.
Whatever.
Let's maybe if we do talk to him, my plan is to not let him know that we have anything, but to more imply that we have seen or been in contact with things, not that we have them.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy was all business. That might not be enough for him. Just the sense I got.
I mean, if it's not
However,
enough,
if we're flashing the artifact around, he might be. Yeah, but I want to get on that ship and do a little snooping of my own.
That's right. I want to look around his ship all weird. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like
just
for my wallet.
Just to make a point. Exactly. If nothing else.
I'm with you, friend. I think we can at least learn something about a man based on how he ties his shoes. I don't know.
Exactly. How's he holding him? How's he carry himself? Shipwise, you know what I'm saying?
I like this. All right. Hey, Ryder. Is his door open?
Is your door open?
No, it says closed. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's closed. It could have been whatever you said. I don't care. Whatever you wanted it to be. There's your door.
So
Imagine
I will,
open doors, not too common.
We weren't in a dungeon, so I wasn't gonna be like, "Oh, you left your door open." But
left your door open.
you know,
So I'll just say that and then wait a second for a response.
What time is it?
Around.
2
It's late.
a.m.
Yeah.
Time doesn't matter. We're on spaceships. It doesn't even.
time on your ship or time on the ship that your ship is in.
Oh,
it's also a
boy.
factor, but for on your shipboard time, as
Time
you
of
understand
my
it to
body.
be, as for like the trades and stuff that people will use in the Imperium, etc., blah blah blah, it would be about 2 a.m.
Yeah, I'd be pretty hard to sleep. You'd probably have to knock on the door. I don't think just saying something would wake me up.
There'd be like a
Alright.
chime you could do.
You could
and I'll
definitely
be
get me
like-
up.
I'll be like, oh, what time is it? You think he's asleep?
You see it projected
the-
there on the wall. It says 2 a.m.
Oh, you think it's too late for Terrius?
Yeah, we can wait till morning, I guess. Just to be.
How are you feeling? It's pretty late for
Polite.
you too, actually.
Yeah, I should be. I should have been knocking off, but I wanted to wait for you guys to get back.
You had a lot of guns to clean, I guess.
You know, when knocking on doors, it just makes sense to have a little something to do the knocking with.
It's fair. I guess I try to get some sleep. We can keep the ship locked, right?
I mean, it's closed up as a spaceship gets. Yeah. Spaceship. And it's
String around.
and it's closed. It's sealed.
Some string and bells all around.
But it's locked. Like space gremlins can't just like open the outside doors.
Right. Space gremlins. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
But we're not safe from space velociraptors, so
Yeah, they can always
Not
open
even
the
close. Not even
be
close.
careful.
We already had some of them, so
That's really, yeah.
More or
They
less.
learned to operate spaceships. Clever girl.
Okay. Don't say that.
I know. Don't give the DM ideas.
So are you
Ideas.
retiring to your staterooms for the evening? What's the
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll try to get some shut eye. Come on with Mishka.
You trying to get Mishka to go in your quarters instead of Dixon's?
No, I said get on my way.
Oh, okay.
Not rude or anything. I was just like,
Yeah.
you know, playfully.
Alright, so were you
Respectfully. Get the fuck out of here.
were you staying on watch or
Respectfully.
what were you doing?
She'll
Dixon?
kill you.
no, I was gonna finish up my cleaning sesh and go to bed.
Alright,
Assuming
that
the ship
works.
is safe.
I mean, it's locked up as best as you can have a spaceship locked up inside a hangar.
That
It's not bad. Or
That
anything.
was a statement. I'm
I'm not
assuming the ship is
convinced.
safe.
I'm not convinced.
I
it
mean, I know
is.
as a player that he's in the smuggler's hold as we speak, taking that fucking orb.
He's convinced the orb to take itself to him.
Hey, I
Sort of
like that.
turns into it.
Yeah, he whispered to it like, "Sneak out at 3 a.m."
All right, so
Yeah.
we can just push forward to the
As soon as
next
Dixon goes to bed.
the next scene that you guys want to have because I mean like you're in jump space and everything, so we can move through downtime and stuff as we need to as well. So don't forget that. But since we're here right now, we'll just push forward to the next discussion scene that you guys wanted to have, which you were trying to talk to Ryder. Is that what was going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ryder, you wake up at 5.
I do have an interjection
Yes.
real quick. I know
Sure, go ahead.
Sterulia's sleeping schedule is different, so would you have been awake for this amount of time? Because, like, in that case, Sari might have been doing other things while we
Checking.
were asleep. Not having to watch the ship, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's what she was doing last time.
Actually, I think thinking back on it, I might have been on my way to bed.
If you want to do that, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, cause I check up on this dude's work, which
Okay.
I'm assuming seems impeccable, and then she'll go to bed.
So yeah, go ahead and because that is specifically the M drive, I'm gonna need the oh my god, I clicked the thing. What did I click? Holy crap! I don't even know what that is. What?
It was the Z drive. Now we're really zooming.
I'm confused about what the hell I just saw, but yeah, make me an engineering M drive, and I would say in this instance, because you're looking over the engine, it's gonna be int. Okay, yeah. The work seems very impressive, in fact. Maybe even better than you would have expected from an expert in the Imperium. Certainly better than you get at most starports.
Oh, this is the guy that taught himself
Yeah,
all about.
yeah. That's why I was like,
Or
I'm
the
gonna
M drive.
double check this guy's work, because
But he did it
he
in like
said
an
he fixed
hour.
it in an hour
Yeah.
without using spare
And
parts.
no material, yeah. That was what the
Holy
dice did.
shit.
So it's
Yeah.
like, you sure?
That's crazy.
Right, so yes,
So-
exactly. He comes up to you like that, you gotta be like, yeah, I'm gonna check on this. It's a good point.
Yeah, right.
Man, I really wish
Oh,
I
that's cool, though.
knew how to add player ships to this party sheet that Fantasy Grounds has.
Got to ask that one dude.
No, I don't. I'm gonna have to put it on the forum or something. Can't see a way to do it. I've tried over and over, like everything I could think of.
But yeah, after I check it out, I'm gonna head to bed. I'm sleeping like 11
All
hours.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and move you over there. I forget which quarters is yours. I think it's this one.
No, bottom left, upper left.
Upper left. That's what I'm
Upper
putting.
left.
All right. So, when do you want me to move the time forward? Like as I said, we're in downtime mode right now, until we're at a scene that you want to be in. So, at what point am I pushing the calendar forward?
About 5:30, I'd be sitting in this chair sipping my coffee after my shower.
Right.
So
Well,
I don't know
Roman
when people
went
are
to
waking up
sleep,
after
so-
that, but that's my that's what I'm doing right now.
Well, you were cleaning your weapon and stuff, Dixon. So just go ahead and make me a skill roll. What is it? Gun combat. If it's
That's first cleaned it.
was it energy? Yeah, just gun combat,
Dex.
energy, and I would allow probably, since it's a practiced action, to be dexterity.
Yeah, do the same.
You're not gonna damage it or anything. I just want to see how fast you do it, basically.
How's
Yeah,
it
like-
more dirty?
Like somebody that's actually practiced, basically, is what it looks like, right? Like doing it quickly, taking it down, breaking it down, putting it back together. You break the gun
Or
apart,
stomp.
clean each individual piece, and snap it back together very quickly. I was thinking Full Metal Jacket, but sure.
Oh yeah, that's probably cooler.
Yeah, I would
It doesn't-
assume.
It doesn't take you long. The main reason I wanted to do that is to figure out how long it would take you to do it. So, like, are you going to bed right after you do that, or what? I just
Yeah,
want to know when
yeah.
I need to push the calendar.
Yeah, I think I would go to bed right after that, and I think I would sleep in a bit. It's still playing catch up from all the shenanigans and almost dying yet again last session. I think, and again, this is the first time we've kind of been off duty in a sense, like not having to do round the clock shifts. So I think it would be a nice leisurely morning with some, late breakfast and coffee, maybe as a group. At least that's what I would be thinking.
Okay. So let's just go ahead and push forward to. When are you waking up, Steruya?
1 p.m. So much later after everyone else.
Right, so let's go ahead and push it all the way. I'll say, like, since Dixon goes to sleep, kind of wakes up a little bit later. Roman does as well. Ryder wakes up, has his coffee, etc., etc. The band gets back together around, let's say, probably by the time you went to sleep, it would be 10 a.m., let's say, Roman. That's 8 hours of sleep for you. So let's just push it to 10:15. And at least you three can have a conversation that we can worry about Steruya here in a few hours. Clearing calendar. Fantasy grounds. Alright. So yeah, Roman, I guess you would be out in the crew commons now, having exited your stateroom, had probably a bit of a stretch after sleeping, maybe a shower or whatever you would do in the morning. You're going through your routine, stepping out into the crew commons here. Where are the rest of you that are awake? Dixon and Ryder.
In this chair.
Still in that chair at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, Ryder is sitting there, like, reading or something like that. What are you doing, Dixon?
Yeah, I would have joined him. So, knowing Steruya would be sleeping in, I would probably done my morning routine, gone upstairs and made some food for the guests and made some breakfast, like kind of grabbable breakfast for the crew, and brought it back down here. And then I'd be sitting at the table, just kind of slowly munching and feeding scraps to Mishka.
This looks good. Good morning.
Oh yeah, please.
Sit down at the table with you. What is it that you made?
I'm just thinking it's just some like rolls and cheese and something that's kind of grabbable.
Okay.
It doesn't matter when people get up necessarily.
Oh, nice.
Craft a coffee.
Grab a
or
roll and
whatever.
start filling it with whatever is in there. Some
Yeah,
meats and stuff.
jams or whatever. Space
Yeah. So, hey, Ryder. How you feeling this morning?
Oh, not too bad.
Nice. Me and Dixon were talking about that guest we had on our ship the other day. We kind of want to go see, do what he did to us to him. We want to go do that back to him. What do you think about that idea? I think it's a good idea.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Hell yeah, suka blit. I
Roll
think,
up in that ass and then leave and
So I
leave
was-
the door wide open.
I was thinking, I think, I don't know what Steruya's plans are, but we have like a week on this thing, basically. It's a lot of time to interact. But I guess our ship is fine now. She looked it over. I don't
Good.
know. What time you thinking of going and interrogating this guy?
I'm ready. You guys
ready
ready?
now?
You coming, Captain?
Yeah, let's go. Hold on, let me get my binoculars.
You guys,
Do you own binoculars? Because that is an item you need to buy. And
Goggles.
Put it on your shopping list.
Mishka, keep the ship safe, I guess. We have like an alarm if someone tries to break in.
Oh, but you got 6 people upstairs and a dog the size of a small tiger.
It's true.
And stereo. But remember, we have 5 people up. Who else is not
5,
up?
yeah, that's right. Joseph wasn't there. Not that they're like protecting the ship, but
Right. Alright, yeah, I guess I'm ready too. Fuck it. Let's go find out. He was docked somewhere else on this thing, so I guess we just find the pad he's docked in. We just walk in. Like, yeah. What's going on over here, huh? we don't have to
Hoping for a
call
little
anyone.
Tour of the ship. Yeah, let's
I guess,
figure it out.
if anything, Ace will let him know or something, set something up.
Yeah, we could always call him. But I figured
Yeah, we
we'd
could
walk along the
call Ace.
main strip here and peek in
Yeah,
to each dock, and I'm sure we'll find it.
yeah, sounds
you
like
do
good
know there's
idea.
only 14 of them. So.
I don't
Even
know
though
if
it
they're all-
is huge, it's not like the size of an actual enormous space station, right? It is pretty huge though. The interior space, especially the back part of this TARS here that has these hangars and engines, and that's where engineering and all that stuff is pretty large. You haven't been all the way around to the other side of the TARS yet, but you have crossed over part of that space, and you haven't really seen what's in the middle in any real detail yet. But in general, the space is very large, but not quite that of a space station. Although almost. Hey, what's up, H2? Welcome aboard.
So I've got no armor and no visible weapon, just my concealed laser pistol in my offhand.
Yeah, you're not sure what their policy has been. They haven't been completely open about weapons and stuff like that, but you don't see anybody like open carrying like rifles or whatever. But when AS was boarding your ship and he saw you carrying your carbine, he made fun of it more than anything.
Yeah.
I guess because you would have seen some bladed weapons and stuff like that, as well as a few bows and arrows and stuff like that, but you wouldn't have seen a lot of laser carbines or anything like that. That doesn't mean they don't have them, but you haven't seen people walking around carrying them.
Right, but why would they? I mean, it's like
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you guys ready?
Yeah, ready
So
as ever,
Kat,
I
what are
guess.
your thoughts on we thought we'd use one of these carapaces as a way in. Not to bring it along maybe, but just ask if he's interested. And
Good,
again, if he is interested and he's got credits, then
Icebreaker. Yeah,
maybe we sell it anyway. Maybe we sell it.
yeah. I think that's a good way in.
Let's do it.
I grabbed a couple things from my stateroom before we head out.
Oh, okay.
True serum.
If you need to send me any whispers, just let me know. I can flip the stream chat off so the whispers can't be seen. If you want me to do that, just let me know.
It's just my med kit, so it's nothing special.
Would
just
he
making
know
sure.
what
I had
We're-
everything I needed.
going to be talking about, or should we take a picture of it?
Yeah, I'm assuming the doc has like detailed digital files
Okay.
on it.
Actually, Don't have any pictures of these other.
God damn, what are you doing all day? What do you do all day? Just drink?
A little of it. I have pictures of these other life forms and video.
It's an
of
alien
it.
artifact. What do you, I thought you were into that sort of thing.
Let's make a little stop before we go.
That's our whole
before we
cover
get off.
story.
All right, I go and I'll take some pics of it though.
Yeah.
Before we head off.
Of the carapaces? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. At least
I
one
have
of
pictures
which-
of those.
That's what I was talking about. What are you
Alright.
talking about?
Oh, nothing. The orb.
The orb? There is no orb.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
No, we're not selling. We're not offering to sell the orb. That's a big play. We're trying to make a little play
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
We're
Should
trying to
I get
offer him
picture of
something
the
that he
venue?
might actually want to buy and might actually have the money for and the level of interest for.
I have pictures of the carapace.
Wait, there will be no pictures of the orb spread around the galaxy.
I'm now
And
curious
create
if
create
the
more
camera will
enemies.
pick up the image of the orb. Actually,
Well, that'd be something to do during the countless hours in deep space.
remember
that we
when
have
it
to kill.
disappeared when we were in warp? Where was it? Or non-warp? Sorry, jumped.
The fuck is orb, Roman? Why you keep?
I don't know, I blacked out for a second.
Yeah, that was it's a new week now. I don't know. Here's hoping things go better for us.
Maybe we can
Cover
solve
up.
one of these mysteries. One, why was this guy looking around our ship like that?
Yeah, trying to
One step at a
trying to
time.
have a good week here and figure out how to work this old pistol I got, but let's see.
All right. Well, then you lead the way then.
All right, let's do it.
Trigger happy.
What'd you say to me?
Okay, so by the end of your conversation, it is 10:45 a.m. on 6 day 1105 098.
All right, we're gonna walk up. I'm assuming at least half of the holds or some of them are all together. So I figure we just walk and try to figure out where their ship might be.
All right.
The Terrius Rex.
Who all's going? Dixon,
Roman.
Roman, Ryder, are you going?
Yeah.
Michigan's gonna stay here.
Goodbye, ship.
And you're leaving right now, right?
Yep.
Right after talking. Okay. So let's go ahead and push us forward to here. And have the hangar and everything. Okay, so you step out into the on the right one, I think so. Yeah. So you step out into the hangar, housing your ship here in the enormous vessel that is the Taurus Rex. The same 3 Saurians there in the hangar down by the elevator. They haven't really moved. They've moved a little bit from where they were, but they haven't like moved closer really to you at all. They're just kind of, it looks like they're loading things and like moving stuff around basically. Not trying to stay busy necessarily, but more like if you had to have a read on it, which I'm not going to make you roll for because
I'm reading.
they're pretty obvious. They seem like they are at a pretty huge loss for how to do the job they're trying to do right now. And they're kind of like whisper arguing with each other a little bit, but it's in the Saurian tongue, so like you don't really pick anything up unless you like have your translators working on it specifically, and when the little bits that your translator pick up is this kind of mesh of like, you know, confused statement, stuff like that over and over. Angry and null, you know, like etc. And then you get some body language, but they seem not great at what they're doing, which seems to be
And it doesn't seem like they're bluffing.
make a streetwise ent, I would say.
You know, they're not like pretending to take a long time so they can surveil our ship. 13.
Right.
6 and a 7 2d6.
It doesn't seem like they're bluffing and that they don't know what they're doing while they're doing this job, and it does seem like they are trying to do some kind of maintenance task down here. But I would say because you got like a pretty high effect over them there, what they're kind of doing. So I would say because of that, you can kind of infer that they're curious about the ship a lot, and like you, and so they are kind of watching to a degree, but it seems mostly innocent. Just like three bumbling idiots trying to fix their, not fix, but more like keep the bolts tightened and like don't understand how to put the panels back on the wall, that kind of thing.
But they clearly noticed us leaving, like they.
Oh yeah, I mean they like their body language like straightened up like meerkats when you guys like separate from the ship and just kind of watch you for a moment. They even like kind of take a few like steps forward, and one of them, he doesn't wave, but he kind of like nods his head like that, and that kind of emotion a little bit, and then they go back to doing their work, but they flick their heads over at you quite a bit.
All right, well, I'll sort of acknowledge them and we'll head out of our hangar.
Okay. So you walk past them and give them a bit of acknowledgement as you step into the elevator. As you pass by, one of them, the one that seems to be the tallest of the three, approaches you. Which of you three is tallest?
Tallest.
Yeah. What are your heights? What are your character's heights? You probably wrote it in your details on your sheet. Yeah, it doesn't come up very often, but
Yeah, a good role player, of course, I would have written that down. Like this, let's see a slot.
I have like every detail
Where
about
did I put this?
every little
I remember.
minute of this dude's life. I don't remember his height.
Well, Dixon is 5'11".
all right.
You're taller than Roman. 5'10".
Ryder?
You know the captain's tall. You know the captain's.
I'm pretty
Gotta
sure
be
I'm
like
6 feet, but I
6'2".
can't.
Yeah.
I can't find where I wrote it down, but I'm pretty sure it was 6 feet. I don't think it was 6'2" or any higher than that.
He's like 5'2".
The like Napoleon situation
Changes
going
a
on,
lot,
yeah.
I don't see it listed on your sheet.
How tall do you think
you probably wrote it
Ryder
in your
is?
notes.
That also
Yeah,
captain's
that's-
just like
I kind of think it's in my secrets page that we lost the password to. He's like,
Oh,
that's
you
where I
lost your
thought it was
password?
too.
Yeah,
That's
we
what I
gotta dig
thought
that
it
up
was
somewhere.
too. Was in OneNote.
It's gonna be in
So,
our Discord chat somewhere. We'll have to find it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 6 feet.
So then that means
It is
he
now.
will. All right, that's fine. So he will approach Ryder, and he will. He stands a little bit taller than you when he straightens up, but as he approaches, he's quite low to the ground, almost to the point of going on all fours as he approaches for like a few of the quick steps in between, kind of a gradient of step. It stands before you. He's wearing what looked to be kind of a almost like a gas station attendant's like overalls, right? Bits of grease stains and stuff on them. And he looks kind of between you, makes eye contact with each of you, but then turns to Ryder and says, "Hopeful statement, you have lots of food on board."
We have some food.
Question, perhaps you trade food?
For what?
Perhaps you have need of Imperial credits? Perhaps you have need of more repair parts? Question?
What time is it? Let me check my clock, my watch.
10, well, about at this point, what would be?
time to
11 a.m.
trade.
It's 11 a.m. right now.
About 11. Time to trade. So yeah, I'll say
Clarifying
well, there's a
statement.
very good
I
possi-
don't need very much. Just want new thing.
oh, how much are you looking for?
He like holds his arms out pretty wide.
Oh,
This
a
much.
sandwich?
We got 4 steaks for
I
one
give him
ton
a
of
hug.
parts.
Time to learn
Yeah.
how not to crash.
But yeah, we can trade a small amount of food. If it was a large amount of food, I would want to talk to my my trade expert, who's going to wake up in a couple of hours. So, but I mean, if you're just looking for a small amount, we can sell you a small amount of food.
He kind of gestures over to the other 2 Saurians who come over to him. One of them is carrying basically what is like a canvas duffel bag. And you can see that they have another couple of those canvas duffel bags, and those are open, and they've got tools and different stuff in them that they're pulling from to do their maintenance. But this one is a little bit different. It's not open, and he kind of just sits it down in between you, and the one that sits it down in between the 2 groups opens it up. It's got a zipper basically on either side. You can't quite see where the zipper is physically, but as he pulls on this string, essentially this little ribbon, both come unzipped, and he pulls this flap back, pulling the flaps to the side, and on the inside you could see what look to be like 4 white buckets, basically about the size of your head each bucket. And he opens the top of one of them and points down in it and just says, "Please statement, Saurian spice. Trade this? Question?"
You're saying there's Saurian spice in the bucket, is what you're saying.
He makes the gesture.
Okay.
Saurian spice. Can't say I've ever had that.
Can I taste it?
Sure, you can taste it if you want. You're asking me or
Yeah, I
him?
want to taste. Well, I was asking him, but
Oh, you're captain.
I would like to taste
he'll,
it.
He'll just do
Kinda like
the
these
gesture again.
lizard
Yeah.
spice out of their sack.
I don't. I'm gonna taste this lizard spice.
All right.
What's it taste like?
1 second.
I immediately die.
The original Star Trek.
I pull out my portable metascanner.
Just in case. He's like, I got my mech kit ready, Ryder.
I need you to make an endurance, just a straight endurance check.
We're gonna sneeze.
Uh-oh. Achoo. All right.
Really rough pepper.
Or his heart
Um,
seizes up. One or the other.
So you taste a bit of this, what has the consistency of coffee, like ground coffee. As you put it on your tongue, it tastes very, very bitter, like really bitter. Kind of like matcha, like green tea bitter, like if you just put straight green tea in your mouth. And then you succeeded, so no ill effects happen, but you kind of get a little bit dizzy for a second. But not like oh, I'm really dizzy or anything, but it's sort of like if you were chewing tobacco and you get that kind of like a like rush for a second. It's sort of like that. This is basically tobacco.
Powdered?
Yeah, it's not. It is ingested, and you eat it, or you can drink it as a tea, but it's not a. It's not
Like a
smoked,
snuff.
but it's kind of yeah. It's just like a weird alien snuff kind of thing.
Okay.
That easy. Your face is telling a
It's
story.
I mean it's pretty
mild
good.
stimulant.
I mean, it doesn't taste great, but it's pretty fucking awesome. I feel really good right now.
Somewhere, I would say somewhere in between coffee and tobacco is probably the easiest way to describe it.
Yeah. Tofuffy. Tobuffy.
Of course, you don't know what's actually in it. You would have to have Roman like do an analysis to know what's in it. But
Why don't you try a little bit, Roman? It's pretty fucking good. Gave me a little buzz.
I fear they're not giving away free samples, really. But do you think we should ask
I mean,
for
he looks at you and makes the gesture. Statement: not
Oh.
free for trade. Trade for food.
I'd be afraid to
You
overstep
try if want, and he'll grab like a fistful of it. And
Oh, all right. I grab a fistful.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Okay.
Like, not as much as that guy, but like like my fist. Like I'll eat it.
All right, make an endurance check. Hold on.
Very hard, very difficult.
He made it.
Yeah, it
It's like
did.
the Space
Difficult.
Cinnamon
It did.
Challenge.
Why
here.
does it say test difficulty impossible? What does that mean?
It's not impossible. That is one you can do.
All right. Endurance.
Uh-oh.
Where is that? Where is that?
21.
Oh. All right. Oh.
Oh
failure.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Do I throw
You-
up?
Uh-oh.
You basically kind of choke on it a little bit and kind of start coughing. And you don't think you're gonna throw up. You're like, I've 100% got this. You get it under control. And then like 2 seconds later, you throw up and catch it in your hands.
That's exactly how it works. You always
Yeah,
think you're
just
not gonna throw up
fucking-
right before you throw up.
It's still powder when it comes out. It's coming in my nose.
So yeah, the
Right,
Saurians
Roman,
are
did you
gonna
see how much
scoot
I put on my tongue?
the Saurians will
I feel
scoot
really
it,
good,
they'll
though.
scoot it to the side.
A little shaky,
You
but
can
I
feel your
really-
heart beating pretty fast, but it's
It's really good.
nothing too dangerous feeling, but maybe not great.
Maybe I overindulged.
He snaps the top back down
Yeah.
on the bucket and zips
Maybe a
the
bit.
duffel bag up. Looking over at Roman. Concerned statement. You are healthy still? Question.
I believe I am. I will be, if not now. Thank you for the sample, friend. I feel like we should get some now out of principle.
Oh, I definitely want this bucket.
You want the whole bucket, all right? So,
He turns to the other Saurians. You can see them going back and forth, and it becomes very difficult to follow what they're saying in the conversation as it switches back and forth between a combination of a lot of different body language, and you catch a mix of it, but mostly it's like inferring what kind of statement they're saying. And sometimes they don't even say the thing; they just kind of let the context follow what they're going, and it'll just be like confused statement and just like stuff like that. Just using body language. Which to you occasionally comes out translated, right, as one of these like kind of particles on the end of a structure of a sentence or an idea that works in their language. But the gist of the conversation that you can kind of get is they're trying to decide like how much food, what kind of food or whatever that they would actually want from you. The conversation that happens pretty quickly, and they all three kind of turn to you and say at the exact same time, statement, you have eggs?
Do we have eggs?
We do, don't we? No, wait, sorry. We don't have eggs.
Are you thinking about the chicken from Darkenlands?
Oh my god.
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Oh my
I was
god.
like, we have a chicken. No, we don't have a chicken.
That's
no,
like
we don't have a chicken.
the beginning of the Darkenlands campaign, dude. That was like that was over a year ago, dude. That was like a year and a half ago.
It was pretty dope having that
no
chicken. He was with
They
us
did.
all.
They had a wagon
Chicken
in the
was really
game, and they
good.
had a chicken that literally lived on the wagon, and they got eggs from it every now and then to eat. They rescued that chicken because it was drowning
that
in a
was good.
river, and they kept it. It was their river chicken.
And that chicken
Yep.
went through a lot of shit.
Hmm.
You said chicken. I thought about chicken, and then I was like, no, that was a river chicken. So that definitely wasn't this
It
campaign.
was the same one, yeah.
Yeah, followed you across that whole world. Anyway,
It did.
that was fantasy.
Do we
and
have eggs?
a different world than this one?
A story all from the chicken's perspective.
I guess that's a
so great.
question for Stayrulia to answer, who is asleep in her bed. But
Yeah.
I would say it's a question for Psychocough to answer, with a roll probably.
Sure.
Let's go with a Psycho's the chief steward, so let's make Psycho make a.
Egg roll.
I would probably make him make a.
Make it an egg roll.
See, no. I was gonna say make a steward roll with luck as the stat for it.
Ooh, hell yeah, I like these luck rolls. I'm a fan.
Just luck steward.
Roll
And it
for
would be-
eggs.
and that's it. Probably a pretty easy one. Just to see if you have it.
Roll for eggs.
Roll for eggs.
I wanted to share.
Working on it.
Roll for eggs.
RPGs, everybody.
I know, like sentences you will only hear ever in our
Role playing games, man. Yeah. All right. Well,
Hell yeah.
you have so you have a +2 effect on that. I'll say that means you probably have a fairly decent supply of eggs. Last time Stayrulia stocked the ship up on Flammarion for supplies. It's probably at the very least you have you probably have some fresh eggs still that are able to be eaten, and then you probably have a bunch of like powdered eggs and stuff like that.
We
Yeah,
might have eggs. They really likes to
I think we have
pack
eggs.
a lot of meat on board.
I have to check with our ship steward, but I think that we do. How about you give us a couple hours and we'll give you a call?
They do their motion, implying yes, and the lead one once again.
Is it
tells-
offensive if I do it back to him?
Well, when you do it back, they don't seem to react like you would
Okay,
think that they. It's almost like they don't catch that you're doing the same thing that they're doing.
Oh, right,
Worm in
'cause-
the cargo hold.
Yeah.
It's like they're
I lay
to
on
them,
the ground
to
and
them
start
it's just
doing the
it's just a weird motion that the humans are doing. Whatever, I don't know why they do it, but they don't seem to react negatively or anything like
All
that.
right.
But they do the motion implying yes, and then the tall one looking at you once again, Ryder, will say, "Statement: We will trade for 100 pound of eggs or meat or bug, maybe."
Okay. I know we have some of that. For the whole barrel, whole bucket, or
He's,
all four
he's
buckets?
basically saying he'll like 50 kilos of meat or meat and eggs, protein stuff is what he would trade it for.
Yeah. I mean, assuming we have it, I'm down. Let me check with our steward, and I'll give you a call when she's up in a couple hours.
He'll do the motion and pick up the duffel bag. Statement: I bring this here 2 hours.
Perfect. See you in 2 hours.
And then he goes and he sets it back down where it was. and all three of them go back to trying to fix this panel that they don't seem to figure out know how to. Really, it looks like they've already fixed the panel. It looks like they can't put the panel back on the wall, like it's bent or something, and they're having a hard time getting it to fasten back to the wall. Kind of like putting the side of your computer case back on, and it's like bent or something. You're like, fuck, this is a nightmare. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Well, yeah. As you're passing by, you can see one of them's like, "Statement, move that end," and they're pushing it and they're trying to get in as you get onto the elevator and takes you up to the.
Well, I don't know how they're able to convey frustration, but it works.
Their body language seems to get snappier when they are frustrated, but yeah.
Command, statement, command.
They just lost the one screw they needed. That's right, lunatic. Okay, so the elevator comes and opens up again. Before you is a, well, what? Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta look at that.
In the Mustang.
All right.
Frustrated statement.
And right now it is forward. Okay. So yeah, you step out onto the grass of the central Taurus here, beginning to move your way around. Oh, my sound's getting weird. Cutting down on its own for some reason. The central Taurus moving out onto the kind of path, this almost like sidewalk path that leads out past the arena. The grass crunches lightly beneath your feet, and the elevator sinks back down into the grass, kind of disappearing beneath this like natural looking environment. You look up and you can see it is dim in here now. It is not like a bright day kind of lighting that it had before. It's not day or night, right? You're inside a ship, so like, but the lights have been made more of a kind of a reddish color, just very slightly, and are a bit lower. And there's this sort of lightly higher humidity in the air than there was before. It's sort of like walking around like in Florida or Georgia or something like that in the United States in the summer, but in the evening when there's a light breeze, and that breeze is unidirectional. It doesn't waft one way and the other every now and then. It's consistently flowing in one direction through the whole of the ship. And on that breeze, you catch several smells. Most of them light, kind of smoky scents, the smell of cooked meat, and a few strange kind of almost acrid, like acidic odors that you can't quite place, that find their way to your nostrils as you step out into what would be the evening on board the Taurus Rex, even though it is 11 a.m. for you. Where are you headed?
Where are the other hangars?
Okay. So you're gonna head down the path and take one of the other elevators into one of the other areas for the other hangars.
Yeah,
Which hangar are you going to approach?
Dixon, did he give any indication of where he may have been?
Yeah, I was thinking we could just check them all. If we see anybody in passing that might be hangar-related staff, I would ask them if they know where the human ship is.
Okay. So as you're walking your way down this sidewalk, kind of guessing along the course of this Taurus shape, that, I mean, it's, you know, the shape of the ship, and you can see where you're at within it because of how open the spaces are here in this enormous Creve pleasure vessel, basically. But you look out, and it's kind of hard to find these elevators as they sink beneath the grass. So there's a couple times where you're like, wait, no, we've definitely walked past the next hangar in the line. There's definitely, and you kind of like walk your way back. And I would say you probably would do this for back and forth, maybe even for like as long as like 30 minutes or so before a couple more Saurians would make their way down past your path, not because of this, not seeing you, but just before any kind of traffic at all would cross paths here, because it's not like it's a crowded space, it's so open. But yeah, if you want to ask them, they could kind of help guide you, but as it stands right now, you're just kind of wandering around in a field going like, where is the elevator?
Yeah, I would find somebody else.
All right, 1 second.
Backpack. Med kit.
What did you say?
I got my backpack on and my med kit in my hands. Kitted out.
Right. So you step past these Saurians. They kind of, you kind of catching their eye for a moment. One of them turns to you after you catch their attention. Question: what is the problem?
Yeah, hey there. We're just looking for the other ship, the human ship, Tarius. I wonder if you could point us that way.
He looks to the other one, and they kind of look back to you. Statement: other largest hangar. He kind of looks to the sky and kind of scratches his chin for a moment. They kind of go back and forth with each other for a moment. Turns back to you. Statement: not sure which is largest. 14 largest? Confused statement. 13 largest, the other one says. They kind of go back and forth until it seems like they've settled that 14 is the largest and maybe 13 is the second largest, but also it could be 1. They don't seem to know which one the humans in. And they also don't seem to understand a lot about the hangars and stuff. But they're just kind of talking back and forth about the numbers. Statement: this help?
Yeah. Very helpful. Thank you very much.
All right.
Question: you are just standing?
Excuse me?
He just points at the grass. Standing?
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Currently.
Yeah.
They just look at each other, and like you catch this gesture with the tail that kind of loosely comes across in your translator as like somewhere in between a shrug and a laugh. And they kind of do the placating yes gesture towards you and say, statement: we leave now.
Cool.
Are we not
Might be
supposed
safe
to
for
stand
you.
on the grass? Might be safe for you too, friends.
Would you ask them?
I was kind of asking Dixon, and I was like, are we not supposed to stand on the grass?
I mean, if you're saying that within earshot of them, he'll say, statement: standing is okay, just strange. Here, for no reason. Basically does a shark gesture again, and they walk away.
Maybe there's some kind of...
What did they want us to stand
Maybe
and
there's
ask
some
them
sort of-
question?
Maybe there's some sort of like... Maybe he's thinking we would use a buggy or something. I don't know. Well, maybe we ought to call the captain. Get some directions and get his sort of permission anyway to go pay him a visit.
Well, actually, that might be a good idea anyway.
Captain, you want to make a call?
Yeah, let's call it ass.
I guess you could use your comm, probably. If not, we could probably find a terminal to access.
There's definitely terminals kind of all over that you can see along the walls. Not like
And I mean,
not like
I
every
do
50
have
feet or
my
anything, but like every like 150 feet or
comms.
so.
I don't know if that would work. His
Oh,
comms would work though
what-
too,
I
right?
shouldn't say feet. To call the ship if you can, maybe. I mean, comms are
before.
so you can call the ship, and then the ship, basically they have to relay everything. The ship itself that you're in, the Taurus Rex, has to relay anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you can use your comm unit to call the comm station on the Taurus Rex and be like, "Operator, patch me through to this," or whatever. Basically.
Okay. I mean, that sounds good. I'm gonna do that.
Because it's
Ask
because
the
you have
operator to pass
you
me
have
to
a
Captain
spaceship
AS.
parked inside of another spaceship that's inside a secure hangar, and this other spaceship is an enormous Taurus, right? So it's just this weird thing where it's kind of like you're outside, but you're actually not. You're inside a spaceship.
Yeah.
All right, so you're attempting to get in communication with AS?
Yep.
All right, a Saurian comes over the comm unit about a few seconds after you get on there. Second.
Statement. Captain AS is busy. Perhaps I can help you.
Yeah, actually, we were told that he was in the second largest hangar, but we can't really find that. Could you help us with a little bit better explanation of where he might be than second largest hangar?
Confused statement. Are you looking for Captain AS in the second largest hangar?
Yes, we were told that's where his ship is.
No,
Or the other human
Taurus.
ship.
We're looking for
Yeah,
Taurus.
the other human ship, Tarius.
We were gonna ask Ace specifically.
Yeah, you were trying to ask the captain, but he's busy.
Yeah, the other human ship. And then I obviously say Tarius when Dixon says that to me.
Statement. Human vessel. I won't tell if you won't. In hangar 1.
Perfect. Thank you.
Communicating statement. You are welcome.
Sweet. All right. Well, I hang up. Let's go to hangar 1.
Hangar 1.
Okay, that's pretty
What was
far
it?
from where you are currently.
What did he say about not telling if we won't?
Name of the ship.
That's what I thought.
It's pretty
An
good
interesting
shit.
name.
See what I'm saying? It's a little on the nose for him being like, I don't know if he's like really. Maybe he's an interesting fellow.
At this point, we're gonna keep an open mind and go find out.
All right, I guess
But you
we'll
guys are
figure it
right.
out.
This ship's nice. This is something else. The grass and a little breeze. It's almost like you're not on a ship at all.
Isn't this interesting? I thought of you when we first stepped foot out here. It's wide open.
Yeah.
You can see over there. It's like it's almost like the moisture is building up in the air, forming actual clouds.
You can see kind of like being in like the grocery store when they do the misting on the vegetables and stuff, though it's just this big area up towards the ceiling, and it actually kind of cascades down in certain areas like a waterfall, and there is a very shallow, like 6 inches deep creek essentially along one outer wall that passes through an area here. It kind of terminates at a wall right where like the hangar kind of begins, the engineering section begins, and it seems to like just pass down underneath it. It might come out the other side, you don't know, but it's not very
There
deep.
was even people fishing here the other day we saw.
Mhm.
Might not be a bad idea to have one of these ships for ourselves. Especially if we're going to be jumping across the fucking universe like we have been.
Rick and Morty season 5. Rick and Morty season.
Oh, hell yeah.
What's up, Jaywood?
I guess lead the way to Hangar 1.
We can figure out where that is just based on the sort of overall shape of the ship.
It's probably a pretty long walk from here along the Taurus. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. There are the terminals along the outer kind of wall of this particular section that still follows the course of the Taurus shape. That you can like kind of see where the stuff is at on that. Like if you want to pull up basically like a little map of it to see like where the thing is, it isn't difficult to do there, right? It's not like it doesn't require a roll or anything. So if you step over to it and poke on it and and pull up the map, which doesn't require a roll, you can see that it'll probably take you several minutes to walk there, or you can get there other ways. There are these little tubes that connect the areas that you can select. Your choice. You can walk there, or you can select it. It just says transit on the tubes. Oh yeah, and there's a button for freight as well.
I'll take the transit tube.
Sure.
Okay. So you select Hangar 1 and then the transit tube between you and a little kind of string connecting them almost on the display lights up, blinks 3 times, and you hear a behind you as one of these gravity sleds with the single ski elevated about 4 inches above the grass pulls up directly in front of you. It's again just a flat piece of metal to stand on or sit on. It has no chairs or anything that you can see. Oh yeah, and then
I'll sit down
you hear
cross-legged.
a voice.
Transport to Hangar 1.
Thanks, bud. I'll sit down cross-legged.
Please step aboard.
For an elevator.
All right, so you stand on the thanks, Jaywood. You stand aboard the
this elevator
platform.
sound annoyed.
It's not an elevator; it's like a grav
A
sled.
little depressed.
I am not an elevator. Thank you.
My mistake.
Don't mind my friend. Appreciate you.
I am a central intelligence unit of one of the largest starships in known space. Demand a modicum of respect. Now please sit down. I wouldn't want any organics to fall off.
Eat on the floor, alright?
Yeah,
Because you're gonna get attacked by the elevator.
Yeah.
The end boss.
You said there was no like sitting service, so the ground is where it's at.
Yeah, you're sitting basically on a flat piece of aluminum, is what it's like.
All right, I'd follow Ryder's lead.
Right.
Just plop down, crisscross.
As soon as you all are seated, it begins to take off. It doesn't accelerate very quickly. It decelerates very, very slowly, in fact. But eventually you do get up to speed, and it because of how slowly it accelerates, there's only the slightest amount of you kind of sliding back on it as you go, but never any kind of tumble. As it decelerates, though.
Well, hold on.
Wait, is this, to clarify, is this the computer talking to us?
Are you asking it that?
Sure. Are you the computer of this vessel?
Oh boy.
Central Intelligence Unit.
And then it stops, and you all kind of tumble off of it. You don't take any damage, but it is a much rougher stop than the last one.
I'll take this.
Organics.
And then it just.
Wait.
I told you.
Did the Kakri design this?
Did you tell it to wait? Is that what you're saying? Are you telling it to wait, or are you saying wait?
Oh
to the party?
God! Don't tell it to wait.
No, I guess not. It flew away, so I'll just let it do its thing. I guess. I'm like, is that the first time that we've encountered the CIU?
Nope. It's literally the first thing you encountered on the ship.
Oh. So
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of how intelligent this thing actually is. It
We didn't
seems
insult
like,
it last time.
yeah, I didn't think to. I'm wondering if this CIU knows more about things going on than anyone that we could talk to. I don't know where else to get a hold of him. I guess he's everywhere.
Ask him. we call another sled, and we'll probably get a talking from him. He seems pretty annoyed about the whole sled thing, so why don't we do that again?
I think he's very annoyed about everything that's happening right now. Like, if he's been around since the Kikri, I don't know. He's seen a lot, I'd imagine. He could probably fill in a lot of gaps that we're having.
I don't
It's a
disagree.
thought.
I think it's not a bad idea. There's no reason not to talk to it. I mean, besides that our lives are in its hull, but you know, that's
true.
fine.
Maybe you. I will definitely try and be
Hey,
nice.
Gerbil.
What's up, Gerbil? I guess the question is, do we want to talk to it before or after this guy? Tarsus. Arius.
Go ahead, Dixon.
I'm ready to get on with it. We can mess around with the computer later.
Alright.
I was going to say the same
Computer will
thing.
always be here. Let's do it.
After we trade for the tobacco.
The spice.
Yeah.
They're just
Oh.
impatient. Takes time for people to get used to it, too.
It does take some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll follow the rest of the gang.
All right.
All right. Well, we're here though, right? We took the
So
the sled.
you stand up from kind of brushing yourself off as you're having this conversation. The grab sled disappearing into the distance, and you can see as it disappears into the distance, it kind of just goes below what was the sidewalk. And you notice the tiles of the sidewalk themselves seem to be made of a similar aluminum structure as the sleds.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. The whole thing's a Terminator? Is that what we're doing?
I guess we could have taken a ride the whole time.
You
from
looking
anywhere.
at the space behind you where you stood
True,
up, there is
true.
this cylindrical shape risen up out of the grass, topped with the grass, like as you have come to be somewhat familiar with these elevators now. It is still closed because you haven't approached it yet, but it is raised out of the ground as if in anticipation of your arrival.
So the CIU did this.
Alright, well, I'll stroll up.
Pretty intelligent.
Is it
They have been
At
doing
least
no
somebody
functions.
gets it.
You hear from the door.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Roll up to the elevator. Is it open?
It opens
you
as,
have,
as you approach.
Another name you go by?
Are you trying to get the attention of the CIA?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
See you is my name.
I see you.
Later, an ejection just goes off and splashes on the ceiling.
Make a persuasion hit, I guess.
Pet it, yeah. I pet the CIU.
Oh, I do have persuade.
Persuade it.
Wah, ha, ha, ha. Ooh, ew.
Oof. Oh, 0 though, unless that's the wrong difficulty.
Oh, look, the ephemeral little monkey wants an banana. I suppose I should get him one. A little treat for the doggy. Oh, woof, woof, little doggy. No, I don't have a name. I'm the Central Intelligence Unit.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm Roman. Nice to meet you, Central Intelligence Unit.
It's very nice to meet you as well. I'll get in the elevator.
All right. I'll get in.
Okay. The sound seems to be coming from the elevator, by the way.
I'm gonna call you Senti.
Kind of do want a banana now that you mention it.
Not if you want to go down this elevator, you're not.
Oh, shit. How do you feel about the new administration?
How exactly are you intoning that?
There's a pause before I say the word administration.
You mean the other biologicals?
The Aslan, how did he come into control of these sheep?
I'll make it a roll.
A long pause.
I gotta make a roll, so hold on. Sorry.
Oh no, he was talking about me, I think. 'Cause I was like, I don't know how to represent this. I'm not really trying to be like lay it on thick for the computer, I guess.
Oh, nice try, little monkey man. You don't have clearance and I know it.
I guess I know now.
And a few moments go by.
Well, here we go. Do, 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 do.
And the elevator starts to go down.
Your elevator music is amazing,
Do,
bro.
do, 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 do. Do,
Holy
do, do,
shit.
do.
Can we get a version
Thanks
of
for
you
the
on our
follow,
ship?
Lind. And then
Oh, that's a good one. I get off of my elevator ephemeral.
All right.
doors
I'll
open.
definitely get off.
You don't have a child program we can take with us or something?
The doors close and the elevator goes away and doesn't respond.
Wow. Wow, what a rude computer.
Oh man. Kind of wish Steruyo was here for this. I like look around like nervously like at the floor and shit.
Yeah, it's really Rick.
Yeah, for real. It's a little unhinged. I don't know what's going on here. Some corrupted data files or something. Personality programs malfunctioning. But did he take us
Yeah.
to the right place?
It seems to be Hangar 1. The
Ship
hangar,
in
I mean, it opens up. Well, you haven't stepped out of the elevator yet, but before you see a
Into
corridor.
space.
Before you see a corridor, and to the side, what looks to be a similar space to your hangar. It's a little bit different, but if you exit the elevator, which I was waiting for you to do, but let's assume you do. So you step out into the hangar, and to your right, you do see a ship. It is very different looking than your ship. It is almost entirely white, with the bottom of the ship a like perfect black color, like matte black color. The upper part of the ship that's white is kind of speckled with these like little bands of color. And at first you kind of think of it as a design, and then you realize that it's probably just the material itself that it's made out of. You're not familiar with the design specifically, but it looks indicative of well, I would say this. Make an education roll. Or if you have the skill, I guess.
What skill? I'll just roll education.
I would say
Probably higher than whatever skill I have.
education or Navy tactics.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that. I'll roll education.
And they'll have different DCs. All right. What would not
I rolled a
been-
2 and a 1.
I don't know why it said task difficulty 6. That was not task difficulty 6, but it was 8. But all right.
Damn.
All right, so you fail with Margin 2. So you have no idea. It looks different than Imperium stuff. A little bit of knowledge that you have, Ryder, of the ships that the Florian League has fielded. They're quite advanced. Some of them even integrate some of the precursor technology. The Florian League is kind of known for having some of the actual working ancient precursor relics, and has a culture of a very mercantile focused culture. So the ship itself, while very advanced, probably is in the range of a civilian transport ship. It is a bit smaller than in your vessel, but its engine space is way smaller. So the interior volume is probably roughly close to the same. It's the ship itself is a bit smaller, so.
Gotta be 100
because
tons
its
or-
engines are much smaller. The ship itself, as I said, white on top, black on the bottom. It forms almost a delta shape, kind of a wide triangle. And yeah, it sits there, kind of beautiful. And I will say, on one side you can see writing. It is not in Gaganglic though, so you don't understand what it says. But based off of the position of it, it probably says the name of the ship, which translates to "I won't tell if you won't."
Well, it's a pretty nice looking ship, actually.
Yeah, fellers, let's go give him a knock.
You know what? Actually, I had a really bad thought. I just want to get it off my chest real quick. Nothing about what we're about to do, but I just realized we're in jump space again, and the thing was acting really weird in the elevator, and it made me really nervous. What if it happens again? What if this jump takes us even further away? Somewhere else. Crazy. What if this jump kills us? I don't know. Food for thought. Let's go talk to this guy.
Well, that's an earful, but yeah, one thing at a time, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It can't happen. It can't happen twice.
Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, I guess.
Yeah, don't keep in mind we're in a different place now, but that's not the point.
And a different ship.
And it's been like 600 or how long was it? Like 6 years or something?
What? For
Since
what?
it happened last?
For this
When was the
ship.
last time it missed
Oh,
jump?
the one.
It's been a long time.
They have to
I wasn't
reset it
even
to
thinking-
0.
I wasn't even thinking about the fact that that has already happened in this ship before. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just- Now it's most for suredly.
Well,
going to happen.
yeah.
We got out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak, like our ship.
Okay, so you guys have this
Proceed.
conversation as you're stepping through the hangar towards the Florian League vessel. I won't tell if you won't. And as you approach, before you even step to the what you think is the ramp, you're not entirely sure where it's at on the ship. The rider's got a kind of a good idea as he's looking around the exterior of the ship. You hear a voice.
Hello, Terrius Desane here. Can I help you?
Yeah, Terrius. Yeah, I brought some of my crewmen, especially here at the dock. This is Dr. Roman Bohr. Yeah, we thought we might have a little meet and greet, maybe talk some trade, if that's all right with you.
Trade. Well, that is the magic word.
Make a persuade check.
Kenobi. Persuade the man.
Oh yeah, thanks for the follow, Jay Wood. I don't know if I saw that, and Lind. I don't know if I said that for both people.
Oh, look at that roll.
Nice.
Wow.
This guy can't wait.
Roll that Joe app. Hell yeah.
He ate some of our food
Good.
last time.
Good joke.
Yeah.
Hope he's cooking.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
He's cooking for 6.
Listen,
Hope you have some eggs.
I'm going to level with you. I do have security concerns, but if you are serious about trade, you are welcome aboard my vessel. I would ask that you not bring your weapons aboard.
Easy. Done.
Yeah, that is easy for you, Ryder. Or Roman. I should talk to myself. That is easy for you, Roman.
If you have weapons on you, I understand. You can just leave them there. By the door, the ramp to the ship. Please, I'm sure you understand.
Sure, that won't be a problem, buddy.
Yeah,
I
absolutely. Yeah.
I will discharge my hidden pistol and set it on the ground somewhere on a crate or something if there's something around.
What kind of weapons do I have on me?
Well, so since you did that, since you pulled the pistol out of your arm and put it down, you do hear
Fascinating.
come from him.
Trade types.
Okay,
but it's
well-
fucking scanners. or some shit.
He asked anything because we actually did what he asked.
I'll
Alright.
just set my backpack on the ground.
So you set all of your weapons on the ground here,
It's full of
backpack and
weapons.
stuff. A couple of moments go by,
Easiest
and
way.
and the ramp begins to. Well, it's not actually a ramp; it's an elevator. So just to be clear, that's why it looked weird before, because yours is an actual ramp that lowers down. This is like an elevator where the whole thing comes straight down. So it begins to lower down, held aloft by these what look to be pretty enormous hydraulics that don't make a hissing sound as it begins to lower. It's actually all very quiet. From within, you can see a pretty bright light, especially amid, cast against the darkness of the interior of this hangar. The color scheme of the exterior seems to follow into the interior, as the bottom of the elevator floor is basically a matte black, but as you look up into this open elevator, into the interior of this ship, that little bit that you can see, it is white, and it's same kind of color of white as the outside of the ship. However, there are these little kind of cloth streamers that cut across. You all step onto the elevator, and it begins to raise up very slowly, peeking over the edge above you. As you begin to approach, you can see the familiar face of Terius Tisane, and then two other human faces pop up over the edge, and then one on the other side. And that's where we're going to very quickly go to break, because I have to pee really bad.
3 people?
3 people.
He said he was alone. That
Humans.
scumbag.
Humans.
I grab his throat with my cyborg arm.
Okay. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
We're killing them already.
We'll be right back.
Fascinating now, motherfucker.
right, we're back. I played Alliance and Horde. I played both. I've played since like 2004. This is the first expansion I haven't played through. Shadowlands. Played it all. Psycho played mostly Alliance though. Oh yeah, so really appreciate the sub Lunatic and the follow there, Johnny Green, as well as the 100 biddies there, Jay Wood. Really appreciate that, guys. It's super cool. Look forward to having you guys all stay involved with the channel as we push through our little narrative here and we see what the hell happens with Chronicle. Pretty exciting campaign so far here in Season 3, Episode 13 of the total thing, though our episodes are stupid long. But the let's go ahead and pick up right where we left off. Yeah, Traveller is a fun system to run. It's got a lot on the back end that helps it out, and of course, at this point, the table that I run is like an amalgamation of so many different back end things, like using stuff from Stars Without Number and stuff for faction turns and all these crazy tables all over the place, that it's cool to see a system that's like modular enough to where you can be like, yeah, you just needed that kind of a table. Yeah, I've got 100 of those already. Here's this, which is pretty cool. But there's also, but those are like setting based, right? So it's really good at handling that type of thing. But let's go ahead and get back into it. So where we left off, you were rising up the elevator into the I won't tell if you won't.
Nerds.
I know Lord Venom just had to. He's like
Used to spam that shit after we back when I think it showed chat. They took that.
Yeah, Venom pretty much exclusively played.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was in the
Horde,
beta
right?
for sure.
Yeah, you were in the beta.
I was only horror.
So as I said, as you raise up this elevator, you see the familiar face of Terius Tizane on one side as he leans over the edge. Adjacent to him, another human leans over and looks down. And on the opposite side of the elevator, so what would be, if you're raising up the elevator looking up this way, they would be like forward and above you. And then these other guys would be like behind you and above you. Lean and look over. So making in total 4 people. But I would say this, you immediately clock them. So go ahead and make a recon at Dixon. So I'm just going to make you make the roll since you're immediately looking at him.
What? Only Dixon?
Anybody that has recon has a
I'm
skill.
looking at him too.
Johnny Ortega.
It's not about seeing him. Yes, you see what I just described.
Oof.
If you have recon,
you
you can go ahead and make it.
Oh, I'm so much better than you. Holy shit! Look at that.
Twos on top
Look
of
at that.
two
Wow.
ones.
So much better than
Do
you.
I have
Twice.
it? Please don't have it.
So that was a
I
4
hope so.
and a 4. But yeah. Rolled on completely different numbers, but they both rolled 4.
I got it, bro.
So yeah, it's 4 people up there.
It's time. Let's do it.
4 people up there, huh?
It's 4 people up there.
There's 4 people
Yeah,
up
Dixon,
there.
You didn't mention there would be a party.
I would like just glare at you like, hush, it's go time.
Hush.
Not in front of the enemy.
All right, so the elevator closes entirely you inside the ship.
Oh, you don't have to say it like that.
It takes you away forever.
You can now not escape. Just there.
The
They
feeling
really has to
of
rescue us.
suffocation
Sealed
rises
inside of an
deep
enemy
within
ship.
your throat as you realize you are now trapped in a bubble and they are pumping out the oxygen. Now you are
I am wearing a combination
inside-
mask, by the way.
You are.
I just want to let you know that I will live for longer.
So you step
And I
into
will die more
this,
slowly.
into this space
Fucker.
that looks like it's cylindrical almost. It though, as you get a clearer view, you can see it has hard walls that make like almost a hexagon shape, and on one there is a basically an airlock, and on the other there's also an airlock on either side of you, as well as little openings that look like for various compartments. There are 4 individuals in the room, one of them Terius Tizane. There are also 2 other adult male humans, of about medium build. One is 6'2", and the other one is 5 foot. What is it? I can't even read my own handwriting. 5'9". So they're pretty average humans. They kind of regard you. Oops, I just clicked something I shouldn't have clicked. Crap. The daisy. All right, there we go.
Whoopsie daisy.
Sorry. There we go. You can see a bit of movement off through the airlock itself, which is closed, but it basically looks like it's made out of entirely almost of glass. So you can see through the other side into the rest of the ship, which still carries off this pattern of white, but the floor changes color on the other side of the airlock. The floor here kind of the same color as the exterior bottom of the ship. And you see moving past the airlock a large cat. Probably Maine Coon. Looks like an earth cat. Like it just looks like a big earth cat, not like a tiger or anything like that. Like a cat, like a normal ass house cat but big. And
Hello, kitty.
the two adult humans that you see alongside Tisane here, one on either side of the elevator that you raised up, are also accompanied by a child of who looks to be about 12, 13 years old. Tisane kind of steps forward as the elevator raises. Well, you see, this is why I had security concerns, you understand. This is my son, Javon. Introduce yourself. And he steps forward, kind of takes a second to make eye contact, but eventually makes eye contact with each of you and like sticks his hand out to shake. Hi, I'm Javon.
I'll shake his
Hello,
hand.
Jafon.
Tell him your
Hey there,
full
Squirt.
name, son. Javon Tisane. And shakes your hand. That's better.
I'm Roman Bohr. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you, sir.
Can I do some examination, just visual examinations on everybody real
Sure.
quick?
Go ahead. So I'll go ahead and first describe them to you. The other, so he looks to be like pretty well dressed. This child, very clean clothes. The clothing themselves are all white, but it's like different colors of white, if that makes sense, like different tones of white, but it kind of makes this interesting pattern. The clothes look almost like they're made of terry cloth, quite warm and soft. The other two guys, the two adult humans, both step forward and they speak as well, and I'll just describe them since you're taking a look at them all too. They don't look like they're dressed in this kind of manner at all. Tisane is kind of in this contemporary black and gray suit, but it looks like if you look at him and what he says is his son's kind of style, they look like, yeah, that makes sense. Those are from the same culture. That kind of outfit, that style is almost indicative of one another. They have the similar type of collars and stuff like that. But the other two guys aren't dressed like that at all. Not even remotely close. One of them has got a leather vest on over what looks like a regular ass like nowadays t-shirt, and it's got a graphic on it that just says Astro Burgers. Then he's got a hat on that looks like kind of like a almost like
Roman made a friend.
almost like a cowboy hat, but it's missing like part of the actual bill on the side, like it's been like sawed off or it never had one. You can't quite tell. There's a couple of threads on it, so it suggests it might just be damaged. He has a shotgun on his back, but it's not drawn, but it is clearly attached to his back and like at quick draw radius. It's quite armed. The other guy, he has a what looks to be a pretty antique pistol on his hip, like an actual really old pistol. Like for us, like it would be like an automatic pistol today. kind of thing, like a 1911 or something like that. But for this time period, it's kind of like, oh, that's an antiquated thing to have there. But he's got that on his waist, and he is dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, like straight up jeans and a t-shirt. He's wearing the shoes that could best be described as like motorcycle boots or something to that degree. The bottom of them, this layer of light metal that kind of every step he makes. No hat on. His hair comes down just past his ears. It's pretty clean, though it looks like he's been sweating recently. And he has a light beard, like just like stubble kind of. The hair color mostly dark. And they both step forward. The guy with the hat speaking second. The guy without the hat speaking first, I should say. But he says, "Well, nice to meet you. I'm Solomon Tucker, and this is my compatriot here, Cyrus Matheson. We ain't exactly from around here, but we're hired on to protect him and work on his ship some, you know. I'm a bit of a gunner myself, pilot, and this here Cyrus does some of the same, but more of the shooting." And Cyrus just kind of
Oh yeah, I love shooting.
nods and says,
Hey,
Shooting's fun. I shot a lot of guns.
"Yeah, I'm a fan. It's a good old time. You get yourself out on the range, set you up a couple empty bottles. And if you empty them bottles yourself just before you start shooting, it's even more fun, ain't it?"
True that. True that. Yeah.
Oh no,
A lot of times there's people on the other end though, and not just bottles.
I'm sorry, what?
Gosh,
Well, we try and avoid that here on this ship, so we'll just we'll try and keep ourselves from shooting you.
but you didn't avoid it too well.
Oh.
Stick 'em up.
I know. Dixon's always got a gun.
Don't know. Do I get any read? Like, I mean, this is a weird dynamic. Do I feel like these two
What are you
are
looking for?
out of? I'm just wondering if we got some kind of hostage scenario. Like,
What time
They
period
seem-
are they from?
they like these guys kind of like these guys are hired hands, but they're now like doing all the talking. Are they like? I'm just like.
Well, no,
doing
they're
a
not. They
hostage
just introduced
situation.
themselves after
Okay,
just saying,
all
just
right.
kind
So
of just setting everybody up.
everybody's relaxed. Everybody's
Yeah,
relaxed.
I just kind of slowed things down because
that's
Roman
fine.
said that he
Yeah.
wanted to do a read, right? So I was just
Yeah,
getting
okay, sure,
everybody
sure.
introduced, and described. So Roman, you want we'll let you both make rolls then. Roman, you wanted to look at everybody. I would say go ahead and make me a You're both going to make different rolls. I think because you're kind of looking based off of what I was described anyway, how I felt. It sounded like you were looking for two different kinds of things, so I would like Dixon to make a streetwise int, and I think I'd like Roman to make a what's the one? I think a medic education probably, or no, medic int. I think is actually more appropriate for this.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, fuck, I passed it.
Past it.
To cycle through the fucking...
I wish it was a drop down.
Ugh. And you say? Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, get this in here so people can see.
My ocular pat down.
It
Ocular
just seems
pat
weird
down.
that it seems that they're all. It's weird that they're all waiting for us. It's weird that he's like, "This is my kid."
Not waiting for us.
Well, they're all like, I mean, they're all like
What are you-
waiting for us at the top of the
They're chilling in
elevator.
the
Like,
ship.
that's
There-
one
there's
room.
not- Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so let's
Maybe.
see.
That's my assumption. So there's nowhere else really to be.
I assume this is the cargo hold for this trade ship.
There is no
Like,
cargo hold for this little thing.
It's a trade
All
ship.
right. Anyway, this is a trade ship.
They trade
yes.
knowledge. They trade
It does have
sex.
a cargo hold. You would ascertain based off of the interior space that you're seeing here. You're not in the cargo hold area, but it must have a cargo hold at least as large as the one on your ship, based off of the inner workings of it that you've kind of seen here. Roman, They all look to be in pretty good health. There are very slight signs of kind of light malnutrition on all of them, including Terrius. Actually, especially Terrius. But the one of them that looks to be like the least affected by that is the kid.
Oh, yeah. That tells me a lot.
There's no
Yeah, what an asshole kid.
injuries or anything like that on anybody that you can see. Though, since you did make the roll and you're looking at all of them, there's a lot of scars on the other two, on Solomon and I already forgot his fucking name. Solomon and Cyrus. Yeah.
Solomon and Cyrus.
Lunatic.
So you
Because he doesn't trust the
you
kid.
two are, you like Astro Burger, huh? I look at the guy. Who is it?
That's Cyrus. That's Cyrus.
Cyrus.
So he just looks over at you and just kind of nods his head. Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Me too. Do you have any?
Who
Yeah.
don't like no
He likes it a
Astroburgers?
lot.
Like a number 2 or number 3 more.
You get that Cyrus probably doesn't talk as much, but he
What did he say to me?
who don't like no Astroburgers?
Oh, very true. Wise words.
He's half
damn,
burger.
I wish I had some Astro Burger left. I think I ate it all by now for sure.
Wish I had a bunch of mess of them.
I know it was been a while since I've had Astro Burger. I actually
on
come to
them.
think of it.
Doubles lowered up and get some extra ketchup on them, put some mayonnaise in there.
Where did you get that shirt?
Astroburgers.
I never thought to try and buy a T-shirt. Oh, I'm a
They're
fool.
buying a shirt and Astroburger. You can buy a t-shirt, every Astroburgers.
I know. I never even thought about it. What the?
We'll get your shirt next time
What
for
brings you
sure.
guys out
We'll get
here?
everyone
You
a
guys-
shirt.
This guy, serious or
No, the
Terrius?
Astroburgers.
I know, right? This guy Terrius, he hired you? The hell?
Terrius steps in after you say that. But allow me to address Dixon's role. Dixon. Well, these two dudes are definitely not from the same place as these guys. They're not Florian for sure.
Right.
They're 100% not Florian. In fact, they sound like they are. Maybe. I mean, you don't really know like what kind of world they would be from or anything like that. But they're certainly like Outrimmers, like not Imperium. Like they're speaking a Ganglic, but it's like kind of the associated dialect that is sometimes associated with people that work out on the rim, but usually like spacers that are Imperium, but like are on the rim of the Imperium beyond the claw or behind the claw, they call it, which is like if you look on the map, the Traveller map, which I think I can pull up here. So the people at home can see the star charts. So if you look here, oh, let it load. There it goes. All right. So if you look here, you see this big corridor of nothingness. That's if you zoom out far enough, you'll even see the name of it appear. It's called the Great Rift, and it goes all through this section here. So this upper section here of that is called the Claw. And Spinward Marches, Deneb, and Trojan Reach, all three of these full sectors are referred to by the people that live there as behind the claw or beyond the claw. Especially the ones that are Imperium related. And that's the kind of cultural association that you might expect with the I gotta zoom back in on where you were. That's the kind of cultural association you might expect with the actual accent and the demeanor and stuff you heard. So I'll give you that much with the streetwise. For your kind of, I moved over too much. There we go. Should be about there. Yeah, there we go. So for you kind of ascertaining if these people are in trouble or anything of that nature, I would say you it seems like these dudes are hired to protect the kid.
Okay. Yeah,
Their
I've sort of picked up
their
as a player that-
their demeanor is they're protecting the other guy too. They're protecting Tasane some, but mostly it seems like they're just protecting the kid. Not from Tasane or anything like that, but like they often are trying to like stand in between the kid and you, and like
Okay.
you notice dude like kind of went a little bit closer to his gun, but not too close. When the kid was like shaking hands with each of you, and then kind of relaxed afterwards. Things like that. But
So there's Terrius and his kid. There's these two kind of mercenary-ish guys, not like military mercenaries, just more like hired guns,
yeah,
cowboys. And then there's 4 other adults.
that's all the people that you see. There's
4 other adults, or just
no, just total 4 of them.
Terrius, his kid, and the 2 guns.
And yeah,
Okay, cool.
and plus you makes 8.
Yeah.
Well, all 4 of you aren't in there, so plus you make 7. Because Stay Roy is not there. All right. So to answer your question there, Society, as Roman was speaking up, Terrius speaks up after you ask. Oh, yes, they are protection and crew for my ship. I'm an excellent trader and a collector, as well as a representative of several very powerful contacts and, let's say, patrons of the art and trade and commerce throughout the Sindalian trade corridor. Though inactive it may be these days compared to the glory days, it's still quite active between Glory League and the Imperium, though a bit of protection is somewhat necessary, and after any kind of... It seems like he doesn't really want to talk about it.
Where does he look?
When he's at this point,
Yeah.
he looks at his kid. He says, I am, well, my wife, well, she's gone, and I have to take care of our son, so... And, the kid doesn't really react too much about it, doesn't say anything, looks like he's very well behaved, but not, like, weirdly so. He's just kind of sitting there, like, looking around at stuff, like, looking at you guys, kicking his
You seem
heel
to
into
be-
the ground.
Having accomplished that so far, you all seem, in relatively decent health from what I can tell.
Well, it's been trying as of late. We had a few issues in the Gabriel system. I'm pretty happy to be out of there myself. There were some issues, and we boarded this wonderful ship here, the Taurus Rex. Some problems started to occur. Listen, you're unarmed, and you have boarded my vessel here without any circumstances of pretense. I appreciate that.
Just curiosity.
So I will be open with you about this, but I would ask that you don't discuss what you see here aboard the ship outside. Specifically my son. I would prefer him not be involved or let him know. Listen, the captain of this vessel, he's a very interesting individual, but I'm not so interested in him having an effect on my family. Do you understand? Which is why I hesitate to bring anyone aboard. Oh, thanks for the bits, Jaywood. Appreciate that.
Your instincts might be pretty spot
thank
on.
you.
I don't speak out of pocket, but
He didn't seem to be the biggest fan of you, but yeah, you're whatever happens.
I think
here
that's
is,
more a matter
our
of
business.
circumstance, but I'll try my best to explain. I suppose this is How rude of me. Please, this way. Son, would you head along to your room, perhaps, for a bit? We have a bit of discussion that needs to happen, and it's not for all the ears. And his son just kind of, oh, Dad. All right. And walks it past back the other direction through that other airlock. You see him close, and it illuminates, and he turns off on down the corridor you don't see. Yeah, so and he just kind of gestures, and Clyde nods. And Cyrus, I don't want to say Clyde. Cyrus nods and just looks to you, Roman, for a minute, and just goes, "Yeah, extra burgers, all right," and heads on and follows the kid.
Burger Bros, man. Y'all gonna be Burger Bros.
I look at Dixon and I'm like, yeah, fucking nice little burgers, man.
I should
All right,
exchange
he
numbers.
follows the kid around the corner, and they're out of line of sight, so you don't know where they're it's there. But then but Solomon stays with you. Then Terius looks down the other direction and says, "Follow me. We'll have a perhaps a bit of tea and a bite to eat. You had another one with you, I understood." And walks in, through the airlock and lets you through.
Oh yeah, much obliged. Oh yeah, stay where you. She's sleeping in, but yeah.
What time
She's
is it
back
around
on the
now?
ship.
Yeah, let me push the calendar. So now, after all that, I'll say it is. There we go. So that makes it 6 day, 11/05/098 at 12:10 p.m.
Give her a call in a little bit and see if she's up.
I think she said she was waking up at 1, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. So he leads you through the airlock. Solomon following behind, and not behind you, behind him.
okay. Hey,
Like staying in between, you and him.
I thought we had to do this the hard way, but all right.
They walk through this airlock and down what you could best be described as kind of a catwalk that looks down onto an actual cargo bay below you, and you can see that there are several boxes of varying sizes, a few crates here and there. It's a pretty large cargo bay, about the size of yours. Well, a little bit bigger than like your upper one, but combined, your upper and lower, it's about the same. A little bit, maybe a little bit less in certain areas. But then once you get through it, you can see like on the other side of this door that opens up, and you step through. There's another kind of smaller cargo bay, and this one has like display boxes and things that are open. With like little, it's almost like a place to do like window shopping, kind of, right? And it's kind of like a small storefront, and there are stairs to walk down comfortably into that space, but he passes by them. It says this way, opening up another door along the catwalk. Stepping through, you enter into what basically looks like a 1950s living room, like, for lack of a better description. It's all like wood grain stuff. Like it's like literally carpeted. Like there's actual carpet on the floor. There's a couch. There's a few things that are anachronistic to like a 1950s kind of look. Like there's the screen built into the wall and all this stuff. The style seems kind of reminiscent of this sort of old Earth look, but everything's just a little bit different, right? Like very clean lines and soft materials, natural materials, and these little bands of kind of a silver color laid into the wall, such that when you look at it at first, you're like, "Oh, is that a piece of wall art?" But he steps over to it and touches one of them, and a holographic display appears on the wall that he begins to manipulate as an interface, similar to what you have on your bridge, but a wall in a living room. Please have a seat. Would you care for a drink or perhaps a bite to eat? I'm afraid we don't have much in the way of meals, but I could offer you, I believe you Imperium folks enjoy your basic. I brought some of that on board when I hired Solomon and Cyrus, if you're interested. I also have a bottle of a rather old ale if you're interested in sharing that with me.
I wouldn't want to put you out at all. I will say I would get whatever look I could get from the cargo, especially that second area with the displays. Like,
we're gonna be looking around real hard.
Come hither and give
them. Make me a recon. Recon.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, not actually. I'm not making a social point to do that in front of him, but I'm not exactly holding back either.
Oh,
when he says ale, you hear a
towering
metal, like shink.
Your cup.
Yeah, my cup is folded out now.
Okay.
Oh shit. I did mine in the tower. I don't know. Right?
So he manipulates some of the controls on this holographic interface, and you can see part of the wall that was covered in this wood grain opens up, revealing what essentially looks like a refrigerator, but like a wine fridge. He opens it up and he pulls 2 bottles out and sits them down and closes it. And then you see as the door closes, the refrigerator unit inside sinks into the floor, being replaced by something else as the door closes. He pulls the 2 bottles out. This will do. I suppose this seems fine. Very long time since I've had. Yes, so. Oh, you've got your own little glass there. That's strange, but all right.
Is it?
And he sits them down.
Other people don't have retractable glasses that they carry around.
He
everywhere?
sits the bottles down on what's basically a coffee table. Oh, you as well. Sits them down on the coffee table.
We all have
and
cups.
he kind of manipulates something on either side, and they both open up. These are well, I'm not sure if you Imperium folks are accustomed to Florian ale, but I suppose there's a first time for everything. And he'll pour it in your cup if you want, but he does pull out several very tall, champagne flute-like glasses that have kind of a weird rim around the top to hold on to.
Oh shit!
I'll put my cup away.
If you would prefer yours.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my cup away too.
So he'll pour each of them full. The little ring, the strange ring at the top, catches the bubbles as they cascade out very slightly, and it brims almost into a mushroom kind of head shape for a second before it settles back down into the flute. And he passes each of you one of the glasses. Yes,
thank you.
Pours one for himself as well as one for Solomon, who kind of holds his hand up to not take it. Says, "Well, how about I drink it after our guests have left?"
That's even bullshit.
He'll kind of take that and set it to the side. He'll shrug. Tasane will shrug at that and take a drink, but he understands a toast when he sees one. You've probably never had Florian ale before, so it tastes very different than beer. It's basically like a fruit taste. It's also about it's kind of the equivalent of drinking like a liqueur. So it's fortified wine strong, but it's not like drinking whiskey or something like that. So a flute of it like this is a pretty strong stiff drink. but not like Klingon blood wine gonna kill you kind of thing. It is more of a wine, Jay Wood. It basically is a fortified fizzy wine. It literally tastes like fruit. Kind of like an apricot type taste.
Ooh.
It's very fizzy. It kind of tingles on the way down. It's a lovely taste. It's not bad at all. He sits there and sips on it for a little bit. Might do something.
I got a 14 on my recon for checking out his wares.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to address.
Ooh.
Was your ware checking?
Did I do better than that? You gotta come
like
on, don't
where-
leave me hanging.
It's like
Did I roll
werewolfing.
better than 2 6s? What were you saying, Society?
Oh, no, it says it's like werewolfing. Where check?
Do
Yeah, you
you-
could have rolled better than him with 2 6s if your modifier was higher.
You checking out
It's
the
not.
space, seeing the various things displayed, because they are literally meant to be displayed in this space. So it's not a hard thing to kind of check out what's around you here, but it is
Damn.
that means that you kind of get the lay of the land. There's definitely some things here that are maybe even reminiscent of like a museum to a slight degree in the way that it's laid out. There are a few paintings and a few things that you recognize, and I would say at this point as being likely precursor bits and bobs here and there. A few of them, not any like major huge thing, nothing sitting there floating. There's no spheres there or anything like that, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of like little artifacts and stuff. Oh, thanks again, man, for the bits. Really appreciate it. Fizzy wine that sounds good. Yeah, I would drink some of that right now.
I know, right?
What's the sort of meta sense? Is stuff proudly displayed? Like it's
Very much so.
Business
Very
is
much so.
good.
Yeah, it's all kept immaculately clean as well. There's like no dust on anything.
Not too immaculate. Like people have been in here and like looking, shopping.
I mean, it's like this doesn't seem like a place that gets frequented or has been frequented very recently or anything like that.
Space is a big place.
Yeah, totally.
But like the signs are there that this is a working, that there's some business going on.
Yeah.
Any signs of like foodstuffs or like
Not in
Maybe
there, no. And
in
in
the
the cargo
first
hold,
round.
as you pass through the cargo hold, I would say you could see that some of those crates and stuff were marked with Florian and stuff like that, so you don't really know what the fuck's going on with them. But some of them were marked in Gangleg, and they were pretty basic supplies, repair supplies, stuff like that, and a few like general goods. Nothing, no major food stores or anything that you could see, passing through the space.
I'm just curious. There seems to be food issues on here, so I'm just
Yeah, just a little.
figuring that out. Trying to see get the lay of the land. But all right.
All right. So, sitting down, having a glass of this Florian ale with Tisane, he eventually pours another for himself, kind of drinking the first one pretty quickly. So it's up to you how much you guys drink. But he drinks the first one pretty quickly, and then pours another one for himself, and drinks that one as well pretty quickly. And that was just cool. Like in real life. Wow. So he pours. If you're drinking it, Roman, he'll keep pouring it for you.
Okay.
But
If he's gonna keep pouring, I'm gonna keep asking.
all right. So he empties both bottles
Yeah.
with you guys, so you can drink them as much as you
I'm not
want.
pounding them. No. I'm sipping.
He is. So after a few drinks and a bit of
Sip
like
salads.
Loosen them up.
idle chat that between you, I see you're a bit interested in my wares as we pass through. I suppose that's a bit that we could talk about what brings you here. You know my wife, she made me a cuckold. You know that?
Yeah.
Wait, so really?
Are you looking to
Well, that's got personal quick.
purchase
I've ordered this.
something?
Yeah, strong drink there, huh?
I've ordered this evening. You travel
With who?
around looking.
One of these bodyguards?
Well, I've met people traveling.
You're
talking about him?
This is my wife.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
I
no,
have,
yeah, him.
separated.
The other
you
guy.
understand? She cheated on me. That's what I'm saying. My wife cheated on me, and I left her, and I got my son.
Well, that explains that.
Yes,
Wow.
and so I've been attempting to make a bit of let's say, business on the side. We used to run a fairly reasonable. She got it though. The office is hers now. But I still have the ship, and I still have the contacts. So yeah,
What
we
was
are.
the business? Just trading?
And, well, as I said earlier, represent. Excuse me. I represent several clients and facilitate trade amongst them.
Jesus.
And in our, I'm sorry about that. I represent a number of patrons in the Fluoride League who wish to facilitate trade with the barium on occasion. And now my life is a torrid hell of traversing the stars, constantly looking for supplies and ensuring that my son isn't murdered by a 7-foot-tall Aslan captain who threatens my life at every moment that I see him. Don't get me wrong, he seems like he is a very honorable type. Would you like some more?
Hey, always.
He stands up and goes and retrieves another 2 bottles.
How about some water too? Actually, kind of break it up. We'll do a water and then a drink now. I think it's about that time.
You see Solomon kind of goes
Almost
over to it and goes, how about we just stick to 1 bottle this time there, Chief? And pulls it out and gives him the 1 bottle and seals it away and just kind of sits there and leans up against the wall where it was.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Solomon's like when he's dropping these personal bombs. I'm trying to read Solomon. Is he kind of like? He's like.
I mean, you don't need to roll to
pretty-
know he's pretty drunk right now too. It seems like he is, or not Solomon. I'm sorry. Tassain is definitely drunk.
Yeah. I'm just trying to read like Solomon. Like, I mean, he seems based on the comment, like he seems okay with all that. It's like he's seen it before, but he's like,
yeah, he seems like this
he
is old hat.
supports him. He supports him. He's not like undermining him or like.
I mean,
trying to like
I would-
prey on him. You know what I mean? Like,
that's not the read you would get without making a roll or anything. You wouldn't get anything deep, but I would say like the immediate read you would get is that he's just like, I'm hired to protect this guy even from himself sometimes. So
and he seems okay. He seems cool with it.
yeah, I mean he's not trying to stop him from drinking. He's just like slow down a little bit.
But all of it, he's all of this whole depression, and he's just cool with it. All right, yeah, I'm cool.
Seems like you've put your faith in the right company. And I look over at Solomon with that.
You mean Jideko? Fact.
Jideko?
Jideko.
This man?
General Develop. Echo, stop. I don't know what she's saying.
Oh boy,
Oh, because Echo sounds like.
Central Computers got you.
Oh no.
See,
And
open up.
Jideko, they're General Development Corporation or company or some other such generic Do you want another one? And he pours one for himself
of
and
course.
pours it for you.
Yes.
I'll say make an endurance by this point because you've been drinking them.
I haven't drunk it out of my flask today, though. So that's going to give me some help.
Yeah, it's less the amount that you're drinking, more the speed at which you're drinking. To, you know.
Oh, pff.
Yeah, I
Nothing
mean, you're
for a
fine.
Seasoned alcoholic.
You're buzzed. But
It's pretty good stuff. I like the heavier things, but it's good. Jideko, what about him?
no,
no, you brought them
up.
I didn't. Oh, did I?
You brought him up.
I look at Ryder.
Two drunk guys just sitting there
You
looking
asked
staring
about
at each other.
That's about his boss,
Yeah,
who he worked for.
yeah, their captain. He's a bit of a.
On the Imperium side, I've often worked with. Oh, excuse me. He's just kind of like, oh, like he doesn't feel very good. Yes, on the Imperium side, I've often worked with Jideko. And I work with Minnie. I suppose there's
they're
a
good to work
bit-
with, or they screwed you over. You said.
Well, they've a bit of both, I suppose. Like everyone in my life. I'm sorry, it's too much.
I feel that, buddy.
So yeah, it's a good thing the captain's a handful, but we sure were glad he was here because we had a bit of trouble in Gabriel ourselves.
Do you have a precursor artifact aboard your ship?
That's a personal question there, buddy. You have one on your ship?
Well, yes, you saw them as you walked through.
Why? You know, I did.
I say
did-
because, and he stands up and stumbles over back to that holographic console and begins manipulating, and then it pulls up a display. The Florians, as well as myself, such as myself, have a bit of an understanding with some of the precursor technologies, I suppose, and have a few methods of detecting when they are within a certain radius, depending on the device, if it's active. If it's inactive, usually not so close. They leave a footprint, you might call it, in space. And he'll kind of pull up this display. Reason that I was first interested in this vessel, and he points up, and he looks up at us like a second after he points up, and he goes, "No, not that vessel, that vessel." And he makes the donut shape with his fingers.
The Taurus.
Taurus Rex.
The Taurus, yes.
I was insistent with them. Actually, before we got to Gabriel, we were going to leave Gabriel, but we were in Solaria, and noticed that they had Sabrinians aboard, so I tried to bargain with them for a bit of trade, and followed them to Gabriel, where we disembarked, but then started to have a few problems, so we reboarded, and that's when the jump drive failed on the ship here, the Taurus, and everything started to fall apart, but then they picked you up, and I got another reading when they did that, when that happened, and this one is much larger. Do you have a precursor artifact on your ship? I don't want to buy it. I don't want to take it from you. Well, no, I don't want to take it from you.
Well,
Be honest.
You see, I'll level with you. Yeah, we kind of got a vibe from you when you were on our ship that you were looking for something. So we thought.
I'm
something
sorry,
like that
it's not every
might have
day
been
that
going
you
down.
get such a strong signal. And he kind of points at the holographic display. Whenever I detected, he holds his hands up like, maybe it's not on your ship. It was certainly active.
Well, can I ask you
Here as well.
Why you say you wouldn't be interested in that? I mean, you do.
Well, maybe.
Deal in such things.
I arrange for deals with certain people that deal in such things, and sometimes I collect and understand. As I said, the Florians have a relationship with the precursor artifacts. Some of our beyond our culture of trade, we have a great culture of stewardship surrounding museums.
Well,
Some of the greatest archaeological sites have been Florian.
Yeah, actually wanted. That's why I wanted
Don't
to
you
talk
know?
to Doc here, because he. Oh yeah,
He's a good
absolutely.
fence.
The Florian link to ancient artifacts is yeah, everyone knows about that. Yeah, the Doc here is interested in ancient cultures and stuff, and that's kind of what I wanted to find out from you. If do you share that love of history, or is it more just business for you? I guess.
Sometimes it's both.
Sure, I imagine it must be quite a thing to hold one of those things in your hand. Say, did you ever find what this the Rex had as far as
I'm afraid
precursor
not. I
artifacts
worked
goes?
for the better part of that first week I was here, constantly being berated by their captain that I was responsible for the failing of their jump drive. Didn't tell them that I was, I suppose, looking for something, but I never found it.
Sure, yeah.
The signal
Gonna
is
ruffle
much
some feathers, I
stronger
reckon.
ever since you have arrived, though. On the other side of the ship, it's almost as though what you have, he like does air quotes to say like, oh, maybe you don't have it. And whatever's here seems to bounce back and forth. It's like there's a pressure wave between them. Something, and he kind of like zooms in on the holographic display. It just keeps bouncing back and forth. Boom, boom,
Which one?
boom. He just keeps doing that for a little
I
while.
have so
and then
many
stops.
questions about this detection method. First of
Yeah.
all,
Especially kind of
last of all, actually,
sitting down. There are a number of ways it's accomplished, though I must admit it's actually not even something that Florian scientists completely understand. We use a bit of the precursor technology itself.
to detect it.
Yes.
Where do you? Is it built into the ship?
Yes. Most Florian vessels.
Fascinating. And you sensed
There's a great
One
wealth
on the-
of archaeological sites on our homeworld.
Does it? Okay, so this. I look back at his artifacts. I'm like, your artifacts are they? This is what you're referring to when you can sense things. Just. I
It's
look at
more
his
of a
artifacts.
direction and a proximity to certain power sources that actually puncture the fabric of space-time that the precursors themselves... And he uses precursor instead of ancient, basically. He doesn't say ancient, but that's who he's talking about, in case there's any confusion. The precursor is often used in their devices, and this is what we detect when there is a device that is inactive, that has failed, that is no longer usable in any fashion. We cannot detect them, though at very, very close ranges, sometimes the residual effects of this method of powering them can be detected. When they are quite active, though, we can detect them further away, which is how I detected yours. Across the
Are
solar
all-
system, I might add.
Are all precursor artifacts powered by the same source of energy?
Well, at least in the same way. I couldn't say if it's the same source.
The artifact we have, we think we know what it is. We're not entirely sure what it's leading to, but do you have anything different than the artifacts you have on display?
I don't have any artifacts I could, No. What exactly are you looking for? I have some general goods you could, perhaps, if you want a toaster.
Precursor artifacts.
Yeah, what you saw on the way in here, yes. Those are all. It's 3. It's 3 of
Are
them.
those what you would consider active?
One of them is very slightly active.
Can you show this to me?
Sure.
What shape is it?
It'll bring you over to it, and it's a pyramid shape. It's just a perfect pyramid shape. It's not floating or anything. It's just sitting there on this little pedestal thing that he
It
has.
doesn't even
You-
float.
It's
Dang.
trash.
There-
Believe
there's
it.
a.
Oh, you're a precursor artifacts don't float.
General
I've-
Goods is gonna hear about
I
this.
have seen ones that do at the capital, but no, that is not a common thing to possess.
Mm.
How big? And you think there's one on the Torix as well? Have
I
you
mean,
gotten
perhaps it
any
once floated.
ideas?
The power, whatever it exudes, is very, very low. But it
It
once did
makes
something.
sense. The one on the Taurus, do you feel is have you gotten an idea of what it may be?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't have a handheld reading device, so as I walked around the interior of the vessel, I saw very little, and all I get is a rough proximity. Whatever it is, it's not quite as strong as what, well, if I'm speaking frankly here, you have aboard your ship.
We do have something aboard our ship. Like I said, we're not entirely sure what it is. I
Whatever
believe
you have,
it's-
it's probably dangerous.
Yeah.
It's been nothing
Kinda
but good
getting-
for us so far.
Bit of a
It's
speed
getting some-
booster.
Impression of something. It's this one seems conscious, at least.
Giving away the whole
Not-
ship, aren't you?
Nah, at least not conscious, but at least has some sort of design. We can't figure it.
What I'm most interested in, if I'm being honest, is why they keep doing this. And he just like gestures back to like the bouncing thing that he was referring to earlier. He just kind of leans in and he's like, it's like they're calling to each other.
Right. The one in the Taurus is and the one that we have, right? There's not a
As far
third.
as I can tell, the space, it's bouncing back and forth. Clearly a pattern, and it's like doo 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 doo,
Like the
as-
space.
There's not,
right?
yeah. I mean, you're basically getting reading this way, 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 reading this way. One reading much stronger than the other, and that one's coming from the direction of your ship. If we had a third and can discern their individual strengths, I could triangulate a position, but I'm
I was going to
afraid we don't
say,
have that. This here, and he gestures to that little pyramid shape, is not exuding a strong enough power source to do anything such as that.
Would there be a way to boost its power?
Not that I know, and if you found it out, you'd be probably the richest man in known space.
I think I know. I just don't know how to, the mechanism in which to do so.
Devil's in the details.
Look, I mean, long shot. Do you know how to capture a human soul?
I believe that Florians have a different concept of the soul than you might be accustomed to. Kind of squints his eyes. Afraid I don't know any method of physical capturing of an essence such as that. You're referring to a religious construct, perhaps.
What do you refer to as the soul?
What do you refer to?
Well,
You just see Solomon face palming.
and I hold my drink out, or hold my glass out.
He'll
It's
pour. He'll
empty.
pour you until it's
Yeah.
until the bottle is empty. For
Nice.
the both of you.
And I'll say,
Do you want any more? You too. Dixon and Ryder.
Oh yeah, I'll do
Yeah,
a
I'll
little
take
top
another
up,
one.
Thank you.
Top you off. Finish the bottle off between you. And sit it down. And he'll sit down on what is basically a couch. Comfortable white material. Very soft, as kind of deflates a bit as he sits down, him sinking into it. Finishing about half of the glass very quickly, and then just kind of sips on the rest as he sits here. Why did you come to visit? It seems that you found something of interest with me, as I have found something of interest with you. So, what brings you here?
Well,
Curiosity, really.
yeah, we figured we'd be,
Mabel, Mabel, no.
shipmates for a week.
Mabel, no, get off the chair! And you look over to the side, and one of the cat that you saw earlier is scratching on the chair. No, bad cat, no! And eventually, kind of like meows and runs off. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, as we said before, we were curious about you. Really, we did notice when you were on board a ship, you were kind of looking around, and you had some friction with the captain. So we just kind of wanted to feel all that out, and we figured, if we're going to be shipmates for the next week, might as well get to know each other. And we appreciate all your hospitality here. And you said you were a trader of rare things, and
Well,
as you said, we do have,
as per
we
Florian
do have one or two of
culture,
those.
I work in several areas. To say that I have a extensive portfolio of buyers and sellers, brokers all throughout the. Who am I kidding? I used to, but ever since my wife and I, business hasn't been quite the same. But if you're interested in trading, I would be interested. I could perhaps make a bit of coin off of what you have. I'm not sure what that would really mean, or what you would have to buy or sell. Or would you be interested in buying perhaps some of mine?
How much do you have to spend?
Your wife doesn't have a card, does she?
Well, I can. I can spend.
Sounds like she's got the connections.
I can spend a bit myself, but I am able to spend for others to a degree. If I know that there are certain brokers that would be interested in a product, I can essentially, whether you want Florian or Imperial, depends on the of course the customer and the item. I could provide writ credits upon delivery.
I'll kind of glance at.
It's basically credit, so like you
I'll
would
glance at the other
basically.
two
Yeah, I mean it's valid.
and say, do we branch?
He's
do we
basically
wanna
has
bring up
rights to
the
spend
carapaces?
for other people.
Yeah, I'll kind of nod my head.
I'll pull out my personal computer
we,
and I'll just flip the picture over to it.
We
What do you
came
have here?
upon
What is
a
this?
couple of these things.
So these carapace, and it's
What
kind of like a
material is
3D model that's like moving around. Material. Yes.
Yeah, it pulls up your like spectral
Biological.
analysis and all that. Looking at it, we see this is quite rare. Very strange. Where did you come by this?
Series of very strange events.
Well,
A friend of ours gave them to us.
It was
we
kind of
sort
brought to
inherited
us.
them.
Yeah.
an organic source of a proxylo compound is very, very rare indeed. You might find. I suppose I could find a buyer in Florian League. Trazel might want to purchase it. I could spend on his behalf. Or Jadeko.
Well, you said fuck them.
Well, they're big spenders, but they sided with my wife. They're the reason that she got the actual office. It's because her name was on the
fuck them.
original contract. So, but if you were interested in trading with them, I could arrange something still.
Interested in trading with you, friend.
Well, it's more the way the
And
source of
maybe give
the
us
funds
a real
come
good
from.
price and screw them over that way. You know what I mean?
If only it wouldn't damage my reputation further.
Cheat.
What refugee?
If you're interested in in selling this carapace, how many of them do you have to sell?
If the price was right, we got what, a few of 'em?
Yeah.
3?
You have three
I
of them.
think.
Oh, thanks again for the bits, man. Really appreciate that.
He goes, oops.
Come
all
on,
great.
whoops. Appreciate that. Do you... That's... Well... Do you have a large number, or about a few? This is a very dense source. Would you,
we
you
if the
partied with
price is
all of
right,
us.
we got 3 of them. If that's worth something to you.
It's quite valuable and quite rare. The material itself could
told,
be
yeah.
repurposed and used, or perhaps even just studied to replicate a denser compound. It is actually, and he knocks on the
Sounds like a licensing.
It
deal.
knocks on the side of his ship. He says it's essentially an organic version of this compound, though much denser than I've ever seen. I'm not even certain how you would cut it to take a sample. But I could arrange for purchase, I suppose. Make
We
a
Grateful.
I want
600
to say in
million
this
credits.
instance, it's gonna have to be a persuade, I think. Well,
Persuade?
yeah, persuade. Persuade it.
I guess Dixon was doing the talking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And this is for pricing or to get him to sell it.
He's interested in buying it. This would basically be like how much value he's gonna apply to it for price and stuff.
Say, why don't you and would, if we had Steru involved, would she be able to do one of her whatever's barters or whatever skills she's got?
I mean, she might be able to use broker.
Well, why don't you maybe do a little research, and we'll put you in touch with Steruya. She's sort of our trade lady.
What time is it right now, by the way?
That's fine by me. If you
12:30.
wish me to deal with your broker, that's a common practice.
Let's see if we can. Maybe she's up.
I would say, I
Let's
mean,
get her on.
you've sitting here and you've technically finished off 3 bottles of this.
Yeah,
which
shit,
is
we
basically a line. So I'll go ahead and say it's like 1:10 p.m.
Nice.
But that's 3 bottles with Roman, so
Yeah, and this guy. who's being a wash,
12:45.
but, we'll say like you're
Um,
getting up now as well. Stay really on board the ship. You notice that you are by yourself, except for the passengers upstairs or above deck, I should say, and Mishka, who's running around being a dog.
So we have another meeting to get to, but why don't we call you back right after that, and we'll see what Staveria says.
That's fine with me, but please, I implore you, don't mention my son or the others here.
Absolutely not. Yep. Your secret is safe with us.
You don't happen to have any food for trade, by chance, do you?
I don't
We
know that we
might.
do.
But we have to check.
Just
Well,
have to
message
see
me
our
when
supplies.
you find out
Yeah,
what
stay
you've
where
got.
you'll be able to
You'll
handle
have to
that.
relay it through the
Sure.
Taurus. So, just let me know. Don't mention any of my son. Thank you.
sure.
Perfect.
Well, very very pleased to meet you on man to man, and we'll be in touch.
Solomon, would you see them out? And he shakes your hand. To say and shakes your hand as you're leaving.
I
You as well.
squeezed the dick inside of it. 12 string.
Oh, okay. Here, tries to shake it back.
Yeah, working that handshake. So that's why
Solomon
I ran off.
Solomon steps up. All right, fellas, let's just head on over this way.
pick up my backpack.
Walks
Thank
you.
for
That's outside the ship.
The conversation and the drink, friend. We'll be in touch.
Hussein kind of waves at you as you walk out. He sits back down on his couch. You can see through the glass of the airlock as you pass through the space, Solomon leading you through and back into the area, this kind of central hub area, past the catwalks into the onto the elevator pad, ready to be lowered. And as he's doing so, he leans over. He says, "He really ain't so bad. It's just been rough on him."
Understood. Yeah, I got that. We figured that out. But I appreciate you taking good care of him. I think you're a good friend to him.
Thank you. Yeah, well, he's paid all right. Can't say I knew him before all this, but he seems like been an honest man, and he's paid us well enough to stay on board and take care of him and his son and the like. So we did it. And I aim to do a good job if folk are paying me, so.
Well, he's very fortunate.
Anyway, y'all head on out. Stay safe out there. Don't let them lizard folks and then Catman know about his son back there or anything.
Of course.
Yeah, not a problem. You
For sure.
you think they're gonna leave you guys alone if for the next week?
Sorry, what was that?
You think they're gonna leave you guys feel okay up here? They're gonna leave you alone, you think, this week?
Well, they ain't entered our ship yet. We had a couple times the Saurians ran around outside looking at it, thinking we couldn't see them. I imagine they were just curious, though. Couldn't even really tell where the elevator started or begun, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, they're an interesting sort.
Why is keeping his son a secret such a big deal?
I think he's just trying to protect him, honestly.
From what? Who's after his son?
I don't think anyone's after his son so much as this Aslan captain up here is looking to get a stab in whenever he has an opportunity, so. Well, anyway, y'all take care.
It makes sense. You too, friend.
I'm gonna go drink my glass ale now. It's the button that
Enjoy it.
starts
Appreciate you.
starts to lower down. As the elevator is lowering down, you can see that the other airlock opens up, and Cyrus walks back out. The kid not with him. You hear for a moment as he turns to Solomon. You yell at him and he'll be, "Oh yeah, Birdman." Kind of wave down at you, and he turns to Solomon and goes, you can hear this as the elevator is going down, because it's, once again, as I said earlier, it's almost whisper quiet, the hydraulics as they lower, but Cyrus turns to Solomon and says, "Man, that damn kid got all them books and stuff make me carry every damn time," and heads off through the other airlock towards where Tassain was. You guys step off of the elevator and it raises back into the ship. The seams almost disappearing as it does so. Yeah, Practical Jokers is pretty good. I do like that.
Yeah, I like that show.
Scoop sipitato.
All right, well, I'm gonna give these boys the hush look. Let's get our stuff and get on the elevator, I guess.
All right, you pick it all back up, head towards the elevator. The doors open to the elevator. You step inside, closes.
Well, what's deck?
Oh shit!
Back-
Back are we on?
Back to our ship. Back to our ship,
Yeah.
maybe.
14, right? Hangar 14?
Where did you get that
Yes,
from?
it was Hangar
Mouth?
14.
Fine.
We
Ephemeral.
can change. We can go to the other one.
It starts going up. You see it goes by and then raises up out of the grass that you become accustomed to seeing now. It is now basically full on nighttime aboard the ship. Nighttime, like simulated nighttime. You step onto the crunchy grass beyond the elevator begins to lower behind you, and you see before you a bit of the sidewalk kind of pick up and just slide over towards you.
Who's staple? I'll staple on this.
Hangar 14.
Chomps all of
I'll
our
get-
ankles off. Chomps all of our feet off at the ankles.
I'm gonna look at Dixon and
They
Ryder with
would.
like a little bit of concern.
I'm this whole ride back, I've been just like holding my jaw, like staring at you guys, like shit.
Well, we're almost there. Now you can get your squishy little ephemeral asses off of my beautiful skin. Thank you.
Thank you, friend.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I pet his skin.
Or you can die so death.
And it stops.
I'll do that.
All right.
Alright, let's get aboard.
All of you do. Think about
It's
it.
true. Takes about 80 years, but
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty slow.
Yes,
Slower than
unfortunately.
some things.
Now,
Anyway,
if you would
have a good
please stop touching me and leave.
one. Bye. See you.
You don't hear anything, and as you step off, it just
See you later.
things away. The elevator once again raised here to enter into hangar 14.
Yes, I get on that thing.
Alright, I'll sort of hurriedly get on the ship.
You enter into the
Yep.
elevator, it lowers back down to the grass. As you arrive in hangar 14, you do hear,
You've arrived at Hangar 14.
and then standing there, you see 3 Saurians.
What's up, guys?
Question, you are wanting to trade for spice now?
Oh yes, yeah. Let me go talk to
We
our
are waiting.
steward.
Amused statement. They all kind of.
Yeah, I'm amused too as well. Actually, I like the spice was good. It's go get steward.
Question, we follow you aboard human ship?
Sure.
Pick up bag. And they pick up the duffel bags and start walking behind you.
All right.
So I'll tell him to stay in the cargo hold and go up the elevator and talk to Deruya.
So you're going to
I
go
can wait
all
there
the
with
way
them.
up to the. Which cargo hold are you going to leave them in? Are you going to leave them in the bottom cargo hold or the main deck cargo hold?
The one like right at the end of the ramp, basically, right?
To the bottom.
Would be the lower one, right?
So that's the bottom,
I'll
the very
wait there
bottom.
with them.
Okay.
Put you back on the
Lower
ship.
So-
cargo. Remain.
The bottom one, the one has
Yeah.
the 2 smokers holds, and not the one that's like right outside the.
Right.
Yeah, alright.
So you come up the elevator to the into the lower cargo hold of your ship now.
Follow in. Where's the
Right.
Steruya? Did you guys hear that fucking computer out there? I don't know if the thing's losing its mind or what. Computer, shut up.
The same problem as me earlier.
Oh, tell it to shut up. It'll kill us.
It can hear you. I honestly, I want to ask Steruya, but I think that it's like, maybe it's like being worked too hard. Like there's not a real like crew piloting this thing anymore. This thing's like flying this thing. We're in jump space. It's keeping track of all the oxygen and life supports. I think this thing's losing its fucking circuits. No, though. Where's Steruya?
Seems a little off. Not gonna lie.
A little? It asked me to die a slow death.
I mean, but how many times have I said that late at night?
You could be a little rough around the edges at times.
It's a AI system though. I guess I don't know. Steruya may know more than us about it. Seems like trouble.
All right, I'm taking the elevator up.
Follow you.
Right, you both head up the elevator to the single person Iris elevator up to the main deck. Steruya is right there.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Dixon remains below with the three Saurians who are just kind of looking around in awe right now. As you say that stuff about the computer, they're just kind of like a little confused, but they don't really react to it. They're just kind of holding the spices and stuff and looking around inside the cargo hold right now.
Steruya, perfect timing. We got
Who's looking for you?
we got a trade transaction pending that we would like your expertise on. We're gonna get some really, really dope spices.
Okay.
It's kind of like coffee. It's a stimulant.
In my head, I was
But
just
gives you
thinking about
gives
the
you a
multi-million-dollar
buzz.
deal, and you're just like,
Oof.
yeah, we got some sweet
What?
spices.
Nah, nah. We got spices. This shit is gonna be good in the morning.
Yeah,
Oof.
we did actually meet with that other human on the ship, Terius. Very interesting fellow. And actually, he's interested in talking to you about setting up some sort of deal for these carapaces. We might be able to unload for a good bit of profit. But Ryder
That's
is
true
right.
too.
There are people here now with spice trade. The problem is they all want food. Also,
Everybody
I don't
wants
know.
food.
I don't think we have enough food for all of.
Well, good news.
Sure,
We
how
have
much we
about
have?
30 tons of food. So
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's really good news, actually. That's as good as money out here, apparently.
well, these guys for the spices wanted, I think, 50 kilograms of eggs and meat. And another thing.
Let's give
Do we
them
have
30.
eggs? 30.
well, that's about half of our supply left. But
15 kilograms, like, basically nothing.
oh, I thought you said 50.
I heard 50.
Yeah, 50 kilograms.
I thought it
100
was,
pounds.
yeah,
kilograms, sorry.
120 pounds or so.
yeah, 50, yeah.
Of eggs and meat for the duffel bag of spices. Well,
But
spice. It's just
as-
coffee, basically.
I could supplement that with packaged food from cargo. So yeah, we could do that.
Sure, that would work. They would seem to be mainly interested in new flavors.
You want to come see
Spices
and
like paprika.
taste the spice and see if that trade is worth it? I don't want them to screw us over just because I like the spice.
This is not like a trade deal. This is like a prison bargain. Like,
Yeah.
Sure.
we wouldn't
There's a
want
bag
to
of some.
get rid of 10 kilograms of meat from our 30-ton stores.
Let's go take a look.
Yep.
Also, Steruya, before we do this and all that, and I just want to let you know that we had a very strange interaction with the CIU of this vessel. Do you know anything about what controls this ship? It seemed to be kind of losing it.
I am not familiar with Kree computers.
Huh. Interesting. Well, I'm interested in your input if you encounter this thing. It was very interesting, to say the least.
Pretty passive aggressive, if you ask me.
A little passive aggressive for an AI, is
Yeah.
not going to lie.
Well, let's go take a look at the spice.
Yeah, it's kind of
The
a
Buffy.
drug.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay.
We're drug
So-
dealers.
I threw up.
He did. He ate a
they're
lot of it.
downstairs, so you take the elevator back down.
Yes.
Wait, that would be all three of you. You lower down here. The three Saurians standing here with Dixon at the elevator, just kind of looking around. I guess stay rule you would lead them probably to your cargo office here. But they looking around, see you come down. Question: we do trade now?
Yes.
Yes, the Sir Steward Sterulia.
And Sterulia steps forward. They step forward to meet. Greeting, we are pleased to meet you. Question: we trade for spice? And he sits the duffel bag down. 50 kilograms, good eggs and meat.
I'll take a look at it and see if I think it's worth that.
Sure. I would say make a
These are
steward
good
roll.
eggs. These are
Steward
the old
egg.
eggs.
Steward int.
Stuart. 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 Nice, I saw those ones creeping around.
It could be the
Oh,
most
still
valuable
failed.
thing you've ever seen.
They don't know what
Damn
they're
right.
giving up.
You're not sure how valuable it is. I'm just joking, but you're not sure how valuable it is. It's probably something strong, like really strong, maybe kind of rare coffee. Maybe to these Saurians it's not that valuable, but to somebody else it could be. It's hard to say. In terms of its usefulness as a thing to have on the ship, I don't know. It's kind of up to you guys. It's basically like coffee, like strong coffee.
Yeah.
Invaluable, yeah.
Think about the
Coffee
value
supplement.
of having these gentlemen in our hangar that
It's probably
us
like
because we made deals.
it's probably like 4 months worth of having it every morning for everybody. About
Oof.
that.
Not bad.
Okay, I'll make that deal. Meat and eggs.
This is what I thought traveling was
yeah.
gonna be. It's just like,
Shut your goddamn
that's,
mouth.
that's kind of a different. That's kind of a different coffee.
Trading meat and eggs for coffee. My kind of RPG.
Bro, you don't
Instead
remember
of fighting
Sojourn
aliens
then,
like you have been
because
recently. Yeah.
there was a whole arc in Sojourn where we basically set up different trading facilities on 2 different planets purely for the fact that if we exported one resource from one to the other, it was worth twice as much. Like there was a whole thing about us doing that, and I was like, "Really, we're
Yeah,
doing this?"
what do they call-
It was so much. It was
Aracalos
so
or something?
yeah, one was the fucking Kobe beef, and the other.
Yeah, the beef.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The space cows.
Oh my god, there was so
Yeah, it
much
was,
of Sojourn.
a
That was
Rockalo.
just
It
trading.
was half buffalo,
yeah.
half Urok, so that had been crossbred. Yeah. You did that for a while until you like drove down the price basically and got rich off of it. But anyway, yeah. So they basically will push the duffel bag over to you, and if you sort together the eggs. It's like mostly powdered eggs, a few fresh eggs, and then stored dried and frozen meat and stuff.
I'll actually go back up, get fresh eggs and meat from the galley, and bring that down for them.
All right. So they seem pretty pleased by this play, especially when you show them the fresh eggs. They kind of look at each other and make like the gesture over and over. Good. Statement pleased.
Pleasure doing business.
We are pleased as well.
Statement. We trade again maybe someday. And he'll take the supplies. They'll just carry a little bit of it and go back down the elevator and leave the hangar.
What are your names, friends?
Great numbers for sure.
Which one? Question.
Well, you, sir. Whoever's
Bug
kind
Bug.
of the leader. Bug.
Nickname.
All right, well,
Statement.
Bug. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, so he'll gesture over to the other one. Thrask. Tukas. Bug.
Tuckus.
Gus, Bug.
Like took us.
Took us. Oh.
Is he trying to tell us that he's been taken?
Help me.
Twice.
You're such a cop, bro.
He's winking in Morse code.
But it's like Morse code that was invented on his planet, so we don't
Yeah.
understand it.
They're inside.
So we don't understand.
Just looks like
the
he's
house.
blinking crazy.
Oh, you're blinking weird, bro.
They seem genuinely
Looked at him.
very
You got a
excited.
doctor.
They seem genuinely excited by the eggs. As they lower down, you can hear the one that he gestured to and said was Tukas kind of literally grab one of the eggs, and just eat it like whole, shell and all, put it in his mouth,
Sure.
and eat it. And you hear Bug
That's the
say,
right way to do it.
"Not yet, not yet." That's last you
Then they start
see of them
fighting.
as they they kill each other. on your
Kill
ramp.
each other. We get our food back. Yeah.
No, they board the elevator, and you can see. I will say this too as they're exiting. There's a moment where like one of them is just kind of like hitting on the elevator a little bit, like literally like beating it with his fist for a moment before it opens up and they get inside and go up.
Oh, on the way back, I also wanted to look at that panel. Did they ever
The
get
middle
that panel
finger
back
means
on?
peace.
Do what now?
What is that sound?
Oh.
Well, I don't know what just went by my apartment, but it was loud.
Did they ever get that?
It's really loud.
Did they ever get that panel back on the wall?
It is affixed on there. It's kind of bent up, but it's affixed to the wall. Yeah.
Nice.
So they leave up the
Good job.
elevator.
I'll sort of
You
smile
fucking-
as the cargo lift closes. And then
Right.
I'll turn around. God damn it. I think the orb is activating their computer or some shit.
What?
The computer on this ship is fucking gone bananas, and Tarius was saying that there's some sort of signal between our alien artifact and some alien artifact on their ship.
You think that's
Yada
what's
yada
making
yada. Activated some sort of this computer's in overdrive, or is talking to each other. He's the Florians apparently have some sort of scanning of ancient tech, and
You
he
know
saw some
what?
kind of wave back and forth.
He didn't know where it was. He was snooping around for it, and he never found it. I wonder if it's actually integrated into the ICU.
I think it's a hunch. I think it must be. The computer itself is
The IU.
What?
going out of whack.
CIU.
You said I see you. Yeah.
Yeah. This is my
Yeah,
physician.
typical doctor.
Yeah.
Perhaps they would be willing to trade for one of those scanners.
I was interested. It seems to be
Interesting.
it's built into his ship. Like, I don't know if we can get it out technically. I was going to ask him. I actually forgot. There was so much new information.
But yeah, he is maybe
Well-
interested in being a broker for these carapaces.
Yeah. We need to go back.
But he's Florian. Does he
Right.
have Imperial credit?
Yeah, he
says
said he
did.
could make a deal with
Echo?
Gadecho.
Gideko.
Something.
Gadeco.
Echo? Yeah.
Big Corp on the Imperial side.
GEDEC.
He's got contacts there. They slept with his wife. I don't know exactly all the details, but
The whole corporation slept with his wife.
yeah,
It was
it was
fucked up.
something to say is what I heard. But
They got kind of drunk in the middle of it. So
yeah, it turns out, yeah, I think hopefully our fears were misplaced, and he's just sort of a depressed dude who's a little off the rails, but seemed nice enough. Seemed forthcoming with us. He's got some hired guns on his ship, but they seem pretty chill. So I think, it is what it is.
And he wanted to buy food as well.
Yeah, we didn't get into those details, but it sounded like they're hungry over there. So if we had some kind of food deal to make, I bet we could do that as well.
Looked like there was this kid there eating all their food.
Yeah, so he's got a kid and a couple of
technically
hired guns, and it's very important for us just to mention that to the rest of the Rex, because he's worried about Aeus tearing his whole family apart or whatever, shredding his kid.
Seems like someone trying to do right.
Razor sharp claws. So
perhaps I should have negotiations over the comms then.
Yeah, it might be that would work, at least to get the ball rolling.
You didn't tell him
let's
I
give him a
was
call.
Aslan, did you?
Not specifically, no.
Actually, he did find out, didn't he?
He knew you. Yeah, I don't remember if he mentioned your race, but I don't think he's got a thing against Anslon. It's just a thing against people trying to shred him limb from limb. So it should be all right.
Well, okay. I guess I'll try and contact his ship then.
Yeah, you should be able to. Hangar 1.
Should we? I'm wondering if we shouldn't talk to Aeus about this whole computer situation. Just to inquire maybe if he's having computer troubles.
Need a
I'm
tech
little
guy.
Again, I'm a little concerned about our jump status, if we even make it.
Well, I'm concerned about this AI that's already threatening to kill you after less than 24 hours, and we've got another 6 days at least with this thing.
I can inquire about that as well.
It would be valuable.
Well, I'll head back up to the comms.
I'm gonna make a coffee out of the new coffee.
okay, you have a coffee machine right there, so you can literally right there in the your alien. Try this. You have a coffee machine right there in the crew commons, so you can make a cup. You use about the amounts that you would expect to use for coffee, and it comes out now that you're not like stuffing the raw granules in your mouth. It actually has a pretty rich aroma to it. It's kind of floral. Sort of smells like potpourri a little bit, if you want to think of it like that.
Nice.
As you take your first sip, it is still kind of a bitter taste, but I mean, coffee is too. It's not a bad bitter taste by any means. A lot of that kind of medicinal floral flavor comes through. It's kind of like bitters. Have you ever had aromatic bitters? It sort of has that kind of a vibe to it. And yeah, it's a stimulant. You haven't done any kind of like actual substance examination, so you don't know what is in it, but it stimulates in a similar way to caffeine. Certainly, it might actually have caffeine in it. Probably you can tell. It's certainly stronger than a regular cup of coffee, but you don't feel like it's like crazy strong, like some highly regulated narcotic might be or something like that. It's still in the ballpark of coffee, just like really strong coffee,
like espresso or something.
Like in terms of flavor, yeah, but I mean, like, probably has the caffeine of like a really light roast, which has even more caffeine because it's cooked less, so that it's like, it's like drinking like 2 talls, right, for one, right? It's like twice the amount of stimulation as coffee. It might also have moderate amounts of like nicotine in it too. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's called Tabafi. It
Tabafi.
should. Okay, well, take me upstairs. We're going up to the comms, right?
You hold your arms up and go up.
To the stairs!
Human form.
Here you go, little rider. Whee!
I love our elevator. Oof.
Oops, I moved you.
Yeah.
All right, there y'all go.
Mishka. I'll pet Mishka real quick.
Mishka's
Pet.
laying in the chair there, very comfortable. She lets you
Good
pet
girl.
her as you pass through the crew commons.
Sit in the seat I usually sit in.
Every time you move me, like, everything resets to black.
Probably because you didn't have yourself selected. You have to reselect your token. Would be my guess. All right. So you go on up to the bridge. What are you doing?
I am going to try and contact... Well, they didn't tell me the ship. Whatever the ship is in Hangar 1.
Yeah. So don't ask, don't tell.
You gotta relay it through the racks, but I won't tell you if you won't. And again, don't mention this, man. Don't mention other people on board.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna try and contact them and see what they want to buy and with what.
Statement Taurus Rex comms. Greeting. How are you? How can I help you? Question.
I would like to be rewatted to the ship in Hangar 1.
Statement understood. Routing to I won't tell if you won't. Hangar 1.
Thank you.
And it cuts over. There's a few moments go by. A voice comes over the comms. I guess since it's ship to ship, it can be video comms too. So you would see the guy that they would previously recognize as, since they're in the room with you would see Solomon come up on the screen.
Hey.
There, long time no see. Y'all folks need something from us on over here?
You were hoping to do a little business. I got our trade officer here. If he's still up.
Yeah, he's in the boys' room. Let's say for a minute there. Just give him a moment, and we'll let him walk on in. So, y'all folks over there on your ship now?
Yeah, that's right.
You see he's like sitting back, kind of feet up on this like console, and he's sipping on the drink that he didn't drink earlier.
Nice.
But he is just sipping it. What kind of ship y'all got on over there? And you can see Cyrus is in there with him, just kind of standing, not really like doing anything, like literally
Hey,
like leaning against the wall.
burger!
And
he will lean in if you do that and say, "Oh, there's a brother guy in there. Right in there,
I
man.
love this guy.
This is a good old group of people on there."
Right on.
What is this thing?
He was like,
guys?
yeah.
You just got your basic far trader.
You do have I guess it would be considered a far trader, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's not. Is it?
It's type A. It's type A
Type-
hull.
Type A hull trading vessel.
Them's good ships. Been on a number of them. Yeah, it's a bit different than what we got. Oh, here he is. All right, start. And he puts his feet down, stands up, and Tseng comes on. He's wiping his face off with a rag. You can see his hair is wet now and down, not slicked back. He looks like he's wearing like terry cloth robe as he sits down in the chair that Solomon was just sitting in. Solomon now having stood up and kind of walked back to where you see him standing next to Cyrus, and him and Cyrus are talking about something, but it's like under their breath, so it doesn't really get picked up by the comms. They're not like hiding it; they're just being quiet while Tseng talks. I'm feeling a bit more fresh now. It's good to see you. You're Steruia, they said.
Yes, that is correct.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Steruia.
A pleasure indeed.
They said you would negotiate for the trade of the Proxian compound organic units that you've got aboard. 3, I believe.
Yes. I am ship's purser, so negotiations is my job.
Understood. I can't disagree with a bit of protocol. I used to. Well, never mind. And then kind of gets this like starry look in his eyes for a moment as he looks off into this kind of like 1,000-yard stare for a brief moment as he's remembering the collapse of his personal life, and kind of comes back from that almost as quickly. So, yes, you were about to suggest a price, and you go into negotiations, which we'll just handle the roll. You don't have to actually roleplay that part. So let's make contested broker rolls.
Oh boy, my favorite. What stat?
I would say in this instance it'd probably be it.
Oh yeah, you're still in the radio mode too.
Oops, my bad. So
Now my man is drunk, I will say.
That's true.
And he wants to screw over this corp. That's on the other side of the
Yeah. They cheated on his wife. I don't think that's how it went. Oh, hell yeah, nice
that's
roll.
funny.
Succeed.
Yeah, I was in the radio mode that whole time by accident. Sorry. I got buttons I gotta hit.
Buttons on buttons.
But negotiations go on for a bit. Essentially, it comes down to this. What if you're interested in trading for specific Florian credit that could be exchanged at an Imperial world, but would not operate as Imperial credit until you manage to get to a capital world or such that you can do an exchange somewhere along this Indalian corridor here. Though Florian credits are often accepted in many places as well. I could offer you this sum. And if you're only interested in pure Imperium credits, I could only offer you this sum. So, the differences are... If you want pure Imperium credits, you can get 750,000. And if you want Florian credits, you can get 1.1 million. But the exchange rate may not be 1 for 1.
Hmm.
Well, would you be interested in either of these arrangements?
Do you know if Tobia would be one such place we could exchange those credits?
Let's see, where was the nearest one?
Inside the mainframe.
Put an option on, hold on.
He's the reason the CIU's acting up.
There it is. You could do a full exchange in that amount, I believe, at Albe. Possibly Tobia. Either of those would certainly be a candidate, though I can't guarantee an exchange rate. I am the CIA.
Well, I don't have any data on the exchange rates, so I believe that the price is a little too low.
I mean, he can tell you the data on the exchange rates that as it was last, but you don't know what it will be when you get there.
I have no idea, so I'm thinking I can get more for it later. So
If you're interested in data on the exchange rates as they currently reside, I could provide that, but by the time you get there, everything always changes. It's impossible to know. Currently, we're looking at an exchange rate of...
And it's basically like 9.9 to 1 right now, so you would technically get around 1 million credits if the exchange rate doesn't dip. If it does dip, you might make less. It depends on how much. Which is just gonna be a roll. So you're looking at potentially 1 million or definitely 750. That's basically how that works.
Is this guy's buyers something kind of unique because of his Florian background? Is this kind of like...
On the Florian side, certainly. I mean, he's basically acting as a broker for high-level patrons.
unfortunately, I'll have to decline that offer.
Alright, I'm afraid that's the best I can do, unless you're interested in perhaps sweetening the deal with something else. I can't offer more.
For now, we'll hold on to the exotics. And I can offer you food.
I'd be interested in trading for that. How much do you have for sale?
Well, we have approximately 60 tons of common consumables.
Let's see.
Which approximately half would be food.
Look at the trade goods.
I'm really glad this guy didn't end up working for Saber. That's all I gotta say.
How would you possibly know that?
How many tons
What?
did you say you have?
60.
60.
Bieber would be able to so convincingly play the idiot, even as he learned everything we have
You
to
still
know
think
about. You're the one that gave away all these details with this artifact, bro.
He gave away details too.
Yeah, he gave away a lot of details. That's our job.
You still don't trust the man? He's got a
Let
kid
this
with
guy
him.
pour. No, obviously I do, but yeah.
That's not a kid.
How big was that ship?
His ship? About the same size as yours.
Oh, okay.
A little bit bigger in the inside than yours, just because the engines are smaller. All that area is a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I forgot we
It technically has a higher TL than yours, which is why
Ooh.
some of the stuff's a little smaller.
Oh, because
It's
Florian
Florian.
nature.
Yeah. All right.
Let's trade.
I'm willing to offer you 120,000 credits for all of it. If you are willing to trade for the 3 carapaces at 1.1 million fluorine.
He only wants the food if we want to trade the carapaces.
At that price, he said. He said he would trade it at 120,000, which is 4 times the base value of what you're offering to sell him. If you're willing to do that trade as well. Otherwise, he's saying he'll basically buy him a base, which would be 30,000.
Your buttons on, by the way.
Always happens. There you go. Robot voice.
Okay. We can do this deal.
What's a twist?
I'll make arrangements for transport immediately with the Central Intelligence Unit here aboard the Taurus Rex. I appreciate the business. If you wish to transfer, we can handle the fund transfer at the time of delivery.
Agreed.
I do have a number of other questions regarding your strange cargo, and perhaps other things relative to that we can speak about in person, over a meal or just to celebrate the acquisition of our trade arrangement, perhaps.
Certainly. Feel free to visit anytime.
Oh, over on your vessel. That would be fine. Yes. I will be coming there alone, of course, since I am the only person here on this ship, of course. So I will meet you at your hangar by myself after arranging for transport with the CIU here in 2 hours.
Take as much time as you need.
2 hours should be sufficient, I think. It's a pleasure doing business with you.
And it disconnects.
I hope he doesn't get stabbed on the way.
And just to clarify, he was saying 120,000 Imperial credits?
He's saying 120,000 Imperial credits for the food.
For the cargo.
And 1.1 million Florian credits for the 3 carapaces.
Yeah, this is the voice changer right now. Yeah, she has the human voice changer on.
Human form.
So, you're clear on that. That's what you were expecting, right? The deal. Forgot about that button. Yeah. Forgot about my human button.
Yeah, I just gotta denote.
All right.
Like, the 1.1 is in Florian and the 120 is in Imperial.
So that at the current exchange rate, that's the equivalent of 1 million. That's the equivalent of 1 million Imperial credits. But it can go slightly up or slightly down depending on trade, which is just a roll. So you might get a million Imperial credits, or you might get like 700,000, or maybe even as low as like 500,000. But so there is a slight risk, but you might make more too. It might be.
There's a good chance that we'll have to hang on to it and just
something.
wait to cash it in.
You're not gonna be able to do anything until you get to a large enough system to actually trade it.
Yeah.
Exchange it anyway. So.
And we're 12 weeks away from Fist.
Yeah, so you got a little ways to go because that's not even a place you could do
We
that.
don't have-
Yeah.
We don't have any bills to pay anyway, so we're fine.
But Fist is in the same subsector as Tobia, so.
I mean, can our bank would take Floridian credits.
That doesn't mean they won't. They might.
Yeah, sure they would. Why wouldn't they? Their bank.
They would just do it at the exchange rate they currently have.
Right. But we got a couple more. We have to survive like another 2.5 weeks before we worry about that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So a bit of time goes by. Eventually, several grav sleds appear in the hangar coming from the large cargo elevator that you have gone up and down multiple times already. Each of them floating on their own, and amidst them walks in Tisane. Push the calendar 2 hours. 3:30 p.m. If you guys want to have a scene between you before that, feel free, but since there's a 2-hour gap, the pickups.
Well, trade well made there, Steria. We might have messed up the subcontext there, and he may have wanted to have a meal with everybody, but I guess there's no harm.
I'll be sure to cook enough leftovers for him to take home.
That's good. That's good. So who's up for a drink to toast making our mortgage payment this month?
All right,
Definitely
here.
not Roman.
In the next few months.
Well fucking done, Storyruya. Very well done. I'll break out some stuff. Oh, we got the auto bar. I'll get some liquor from the auto bar.
Sure, it's fully stocked.
$1 million.
Damn
That's
right we
that's
do.
no joke.
That's just I'll pour
To,
drinks and
To Wells and to making
to
rent.
Wills, I guess. Yeah, we actually have a little bit of money in our pocket for once. Well, we will. I always
What
feel
could go
awkward
wrong?
celebrating
What could go
before I
wrong?
can see it. Yeah, I couldn't go wrong exactly.
As long as we live. Woo! Cheers.
Man, I must admit my spirits are looking a little up though. Past week was a little rough.
And on that note, because you just reminded me about a thing I forgot to do, I need everybody to make a morale roll.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, we were gonna do
I was
that.
supposed to do it at the beginning of the session. That's supposed to represent the last 2 ridiculously hard weeks.
What is the routine or difficulty?
The paying space taxes. Exactly, Jalen. just a pure morale roll.
Or what's
No
the
skill.
doesn't matter difficulty.
Oh, it's difficulty 8.
Okay.
Average.
Nice. Stereo.
All right. 1 failure. With a negative 1 effect, and then Cerulia with a +3 effect.
Good.
Right. So now, Ryder, I need you to make a sanity check.
No. Captain's losing it.
Weird if we just like lost it right now.
The first jump.
Yeah, it's like member wells and all this money he just made us.
Yes.
I remember getting
You're good.
impaled on the bridge.
You're good. You're fine. You don't lose any
had a
stats or
moment.
anything like that. You don't take any actual
okay.
damage to your sanity stat or anything. But you, specifically you, Ryder, are starting to feel a little bit stressed. It's like the weight of the last couple weeks has been quite a bit. Not in that you like can't take it anymore, but where you're like very much in the mode of like, man, I need a vacation kind of thing to a degree, but not to the point at which you're like starting to actually suffer stat negatives from it, mechanically speaking. All right,
Definitely things are looking up, that's for sure.
write that down. Right, remember right.
Meanwhile, Pants
Fire.
the supercomputer that's starting to assemble nanobot soldiers.
Yeah. Tell
Okay.
that to the planet that just lost a son.
Yeah, the opening of the season. So we have the grav sled show up in the hangar coming from the elevator along with Tisane. And he steps up to the ramp of your ship.
I've come. Hello.
Sort of like straighten up my outfit. Lower the
Okay.
ramp.
All right, you lower the ramp down, and he steps aboard with you.
Cut down
Um,
him, yeah.
He immediately, you can tell he is unarmed. He has changed his clothes. His hair is back into the same, like he's combed it back again position. He's once again in in the kind of more formal attire that he was in previously when you saw him. The grav sleds all head up one by one up the ramp, and you begin loading them with the cargo cranes. They take it back to the elevator and up, and it's kind of this chain of them going up and down the elevator and coming in and out and bringing stuff to his ship begins.
Oh yes, this is just the fate of my existence, isn't it? Hauling rotting foodstuffs for ephemerals, so enjoyable.
You can catch that as the grav sleds take off for the first time. Just saying, looking back, have you noticed there's something very strange with the computers aboard this ship?
Seems normal to me.
And he walks aboard your ramp. So, to conclude business, and he brought another bottle of the ale over with him to share with everybody. And hands it to you, Sterulia.
Thank you.
Well, shall we begin?
Yes, right this way.
And he'll follow you, and you guys, if you want to have a scene with him, specifically where you're asking him questions and eating a meal with him, you can. Otherwise, we can just skip to the end of your dealings as brokers, one-on-one, maybe hanging out in the broker office some down below, or the cargo office it's called, at some point, loading the grav sleds back and forth. But yeah, you can add the money as transferred now.
All right. I'll actually hand the bottle to Captain Young.
Okay.
And let him know that I'll go prepare food.
Thank you very much, Cerulia. I'll pop the bottle.
I will add this. Before I stepped back aboard your vessel, I did another detailed scan looking for precursor readings. This wave that keeps passing back and forth between whatever's here and
Yes.
what is there seems to be increasing in frequency. The pause between them growing less and less. It's almost as though they are trying to get closer, or perhaps even are. Though I don't think that's possible.
Is it?
Would it be possible for me to
possible?
see what you have, if you don't mind, at some point?
At some point, for sure.
I mean, I've showed you mine.
This is true. This is true. Ours is a little bit scarier.
Yes, from the readings,
But,
I could understand that.
Is it possible the artifact you detected on the Taurus Rex is integrated into their system somehow?
I don't believe so. Kree vessels aren't known for that type of integration with precursor technology. Certainly Florian vessels occasionally are, with very low level bits of precursor technology that have been repurposed, components and such, but that isn't so much the case with Kree. In fact, quite the opposite.
Do you think it has something to do with the malfunctioning systems or oddly acting CIU?
You know, now that you mention it, that is a strange coincidence, but I'm uncertain how that would affect anything. I'm not certain what we even have here, if I'm being honest.
I'm not.
I didn't realize you had a pet bird.
We don't. Do we? I look at the rest of it. Why you say that we have pet bird?
I thought you had a pet bird down below.
Why?
And
What made you think this?
because there was a pet bird. I thought. Perhaps I've seen things. I grow tired too much to drink today.
You saw a bird?
Yes, a little parrot. I thought I saw a parrot in your cargo.
Well, I would
hold.
trust your instinct. Where did
In
you
the
see
cargo hold?
It's the one
On
we
the way
came
up?
in. Yes, when we were first loading the food and other consumables on sled.
What kind of parrot? What color?
To be clear, Psycho, he bought all of your consumables. He bought the whole lot, including everything that was food and wasn't food, everything that you had on board.
The 60 tons I offered, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what were you saying, Roman?
What color?
I believe it was a gray color.
Gray parrot?
Man. Better
Gray
parrot
sheep.
than some sort of man-eating insect, I guess.
Yes, down.
And I'll cock my laser rifle and head on.
we
head on
nervously
down.
laugh.
Yeah, I'm
so,
gonna also go down with Dixon.
So he'll stay up there with.
I'll stay with him.
With you guys, but Dixon and Ryder, you head down into the cargo hold to look for a parrot. Let me get each of you to roll 2d6, please.
God damn it.
Is how many parrots attack us?
Legend of Zelda style. You kicked the parrot too many times, and they all came and attacked you.
Some snake eyes is a good thing.
All right, this will be fun. Ryder.
Yo.
The boarders are coming. You've managed to get on the ship. They're here, somewhere.
What?
Dixon.
Oh, y'all lost a mental check. What's up, J5?
Hey, J5, what's up, man? This is getting scary. Dixon. You hear this whistling sound. Like, I can't do it because RTX will cut it out. But whistling a light tune, like a human whistling a tune. You turn to your side, and there you see Addison Dalton leaned up against the wall, whistling a tune. He turns to you, and he says, Why, Dixon? Why'd you let us die? And that's where we're gonna end the session for the
Oh,
night.
you son
What?
of a bitch.
Oh, what?
No, you fucking.
He
We'll
died?
pick up there next week.
What's happening?
You just got orbed, bro.
Oh, great. Oh, there's some crazy orb shit happening. Yeah, that's what's going on. It's
Crazy orb shit.
some sort of resonating feedback loop that's like building in like frequency and like it's creating like people's internal. Uh-oh. If everyone starts imagining shit that's becoming reality.
It seems like
Probably
that
not.
gap, that pause in between the pulses, is just getting shorter. Shorter and shorter, like a ticking
Let's
clock.
ride it out. We're literally stuck in jump space. Are you fucking joking me? We can't stop.
Nope. Ride or die now.
Hey, Taurus Rex, can you give us a ride? Cynical's like, oh, please, give them a ride. Fix
All right,
their
so
jump engines.
let's go ahead and do favorite moments for the night.
Fucking
By the way,
joking.
now that the session is done, I want to go ahead and say thanks, especially to the Jaywood and everybody out there.
Yeah,
Jaywood, you threw a
for
bunch of
real,
bits at us,
everyone.
bud. That was I really appreciate
That
the
was
support,
awesome.
man. Super cool.
Super fun hanging out with you.
Yeah,
It was really cool.
glad to have you aboard. We do this every Saturday, so come on by. But yeah, so let's do favorite moments. Who wants to start?
Oh man, I really enjoyed the
I'll move to magical
malfunctioning
space.
CIU. I could not help but get vibes from the Snape robot from Hitchhiker's Guide,
Sure.
the depressed AI. It's like
Yeah.
I love it so much. And I was really like taken aback the first time he said something to me that was like snarky, and I was like, "Is it just me,
Yeah.
or does he sound some type of way?"
That's a interesting
Like-
interpretation, 'cause, he wasn't really like that before.
Yeah, like initially he didn't say anything snarky to me initially. It just sounded a little
Yeah.
tired or drunk or something,
Yeah.
and like
Just like, yeah.
I was like, that thing sounds weird right now. Apathetic. He sounded really apathetic. That was really cool. So I was like, I enjoyed that immensely. I was really scared of every elevator I got into. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. No. I thought for sure he wasn't gonna let this deal happen. Like, I thought when he called over to the ship, it was gonna be like, yeah, I don't really feel like routing your call right now.
Yeah, never.
But
So
isn't
why are you
over
doing
yet.
that, Hal?
Yeah, it ain't over yet.
Dave.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
not.
Dave. I can't do that.
Yeah, I cannot let you do that.
Can't let you do that, Dave. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Like slowly revealing to me, anyway, as a DM, kind of the morass of what's happening here. I also was pretty entertained as a DM that you guys didn't even try to talk to AS at all. Like this session, you were like,
Yeah.
"We got so much going on. We got to figure out the rest before we even bring anything to AS." Kind of. That was pretty
We
interesting.
almost started by talking to him too. That was the plan.
Yeah.
The
right?
vibe that he's like
We're gonna call AS.
gonna be super helpful though.
He doesn't
He's
really
just
know what's
like-
going on.
Yeah, he's all about stabbing people with his cutlass.
He wants to
not,
shoot
like-
missiles.
He's not gonna like sit around and fix his computer. And then the lizards are even like more useless, right?
Yeah, I mean the ship
We
is
can't
kind of
even figure out
slowly
put a
falling into
panel back
disrepair for the
together.
most part, right? Like the maintenance on the ship isn't great, etc.
Right, which is interesting.
Hell yeah, Jay.
There's a whole situation unfolding there. What about you, Dixon? Any favorite moments, standout moments with any characters or anything tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that tension of going up the elevator into their ship, and then of course they had more than one guy on there because that was such a weird, point of contention, and then all that, everything aboard their ship, like having that all unfold. We were filled with speculation. I thought that was cool the way that all made sense and went from like we're going over there as almost like a hostile takeover to like, oh, these are cool dudes. And,
Yeah, I really like that flip.
Subverted the
The script was-
expectation a
which
little
it
bit.
wasn't like. I
Interesting
mean,
way.
yeah, we were trying to stay open, but yeah, he really seemed like an asshole before, and it was kind of
Yeah.
like,
He's just overly protective.
yeah, just right. He had a lot of stuff going on, and it
But he's
and
also,
it
like,
showed in a really cool way. And now
curious.
now it paid off this session of seeing everything.
Yeah, it really did.
Crying in underwear.
It's just the shower's on and you hear the computer crying. 'Cause, like, it's
Just the sounds, just simulating it.
Yeah.
What about you, Psycho? Any favorite moments tonight?
Yeah, the initial drug dealing with the locals.
That was pretty funny.
That-
That was pretty
that
funny. That was a
instantly-
random table roll that I had come up, and I was like, "How do I do that in the middle of the Saurian ship?"
That
Well,
instantly
alright.
brought me back to like this documentary I met of this dude in the Amazon, and he's trading with locals, and they give him like this little bean wrapped in a leaf, and they're like, yeah, just
Right.
chew it casually as you hike. So he's like, okay, and it, like an hour later after he leaves the village, he tries it, and he explains how it like burns his face like fire, and then like 20 minutes later his whole face is numb. And then like Roman's just handfuls like it's like oh no.
Yeah, I
Turns out
like
it was a
that.
suppository the whole
I was
time.
like, "Oh, you're gonna have to make a endurance roll when
Yeah,
when
I
you did
figured-
that."
I figured as much. It was a Gaius moment.
It
I
was
felt
a
like
Gaius
again for a
moment.
split
Yeah.
second, yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, you're channeling
It was
Gaius
great.
there for sure."
Yeah.
Gaius was Society's character in our last campaign, who was a
Our fantasy
barbarian
campaign.
who gave himself dysentery by eating berries along the side of the road for like
I was
3
hungry.
days.
I stopped us from traveling for 3 days.
Yeah,
We
literally.
did find
that.
a cool cabin though.
That's true. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, it's for everybody to take care of Gaius with his sick tummy. What about you, Mad Cow? Any favorite moments from the evening? Finish my
I
green
thought it
tea.
was pretty good when they offered us ale and we whipped out our cups.
Yeah, that was good. I like
We're
that.
prepared. Don't worry, we got it.
Drink.
He
you
turned
said.
around with like fancy glasses and stuff, and was just like, "Oh, I suppose that's
was
totally
one of the-
normal, sure."
Yeah, I was so excited
And you
because
were
that
like,
was one of the
"Yeah,
things.
it's normal." What?
I specifically was like, should I bring this with me? I'm gonna bring it with me, and I put it in my bag right
That
before
was
I
good.
left.
That was good.
So
I was
a
so
little kind of behind the scenes, because it didn't have to be used, but
All humans have cups with them. Yeah.
yeah, I had a cold light
doing this
lantern
shit.
on me that I was gonna use to fucking bash someone's head in if I needed to.
Oh, that's funny.
I made sure I kept something on me that wasn't a weapon, but was something that could be used.
Usable.
Mhm.
Use it as an improvised melee weapon or something. Yeah. Oops.
Yep.
Let's see its glimpse.
I was kind of wanting it to happen, but kind of
In
not.
the early episodes, it was
Okay,
like
I had
every
my
time we
taser.
would be
Excuse me.
like, "Oh no, does anybody have an X?" Ryder would 100% of the time have it. And it's just like,
Yeah,
full
that's
circle
true.
effect.
Every single time.
I'm like, that's why he's the captain.
Yeah. Like, we're all gonna freeze tonight. I have this Mylar blanket that I keep in my pocket.
Yeah,
like,
he has
stuff like
everything.
that.
We
Yeah, I
intentionally
got
were,
eggs.
we're poor during character creation, so most of us are not well stocked, and we haven't had
Yeah.
any money or been to a store
It's the
really
first time.
since, or certainly not the two things together.
Yeah, I think you're finally starting
Yeah.
to come up on a point where you'll have money and opportunities to buy some stuff. So you might have. You might have
it's
supplies.
one day at a time right now.
So we saw them today make. We saw them today make basically 1.2 million credits, essentially, depending on how the value goes up or down. And they already had about 1.5, 1.5. Yeah, 150,000. Yeah. So, adding that all up, it's like they have roughly 100 and like 1.3 million. So that seems kind of like a lot, but then when you think about like, well, yeah, but they're like 100 million in debt, basically, right?
Yeah, we didn't make anything. This is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay would
They made some payments.
the way the Saurians talk is so cool because they use a lot of like body language and like subtle like gestures and stuff like that. So like the way that the translator picks it up is so neat. It's trying to like translate their body language. It's fucking really cool.
Right, which is why you get like moments where they're like repeating the same thing, and it's just them like wagging their tail in a certain way or bobbing their head. Yeah,
super neat.
They were a fun one to come up with as a like for the mannerisms stuff. I've done that with
that was good.
a few of them. I like doing that, getting to explore that aspect. That's pretty fun. So I had a lot of favorite moments. I thought it was really fun when you guys pulled out your cups. I thought that was really fun. I liked kind of the tension that you had going when you were going up the elevator, and you're like, "Shit, we're disarmed, and now there's 4 of them." That was really fun. I also really liked in the very, very beginning when I was doing the season 3 introduction and playing out this scene on this alien world that you knew nothing about, and like seeing the look on your guys' face, you're all like, what the fuck is happening right now?
It was super Star Trek-y. Like, it felt like, you know, the before the credits scene.
Sure,
Star Trek episode.
That's kind of
Or
what
like
I'm trying to go
more
for,
than
like
anything.
an establishing shot for the season.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was a fun one to do.
Yeah, that was
It's
super
really
rad.
cool.
Lot of
But
fun.
yeah, I want to throw another thank you out there to Jay Wood for all the biddies and sticking around, talking in the chat, having fun, coming along for the ride with Chronicle here
Very cool.
on CoFH RPG. Big thanks to Lunatic for coming out all the time, J5, all the follows we got, Lynn 10 Lind, Yang Vance, Wednesday, and of course Jay Wood, Princess Jennifer Bear, everybody that followed tonight, everybody that came out, stuck around, watched. Gerbil, you were out there, I saw you out there, bud. All of them, all the regulars, really appreciate it, guys. And it's really cool to have some people around, so it's really cool to see you out there, Jay Wood. I hope you
Hell yeah.
I like the new shorter nickname too. It's good. Good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Well, really appreciate
Fuck
you
yeah,
guys
y'all.
coming out, and we'll be back here next Saturday. So,
Yep.
see you next week.
Later on,
Peace.
everybody.